The dust hadn't even settled. The battlefield still trembled from the last clash. But everything had changed. Estria had vanished. And in his place stood a man. No, a titan **. Broad-shouldered. Weathered. His armor cracked and scarred from countless battles. A thick, battle-worn beard framed his stern face, and a massive greatsword rested on his shoulder like it belonged there. His eyes locked onto the archdemon, predatory and unshaken. The archdemon, half buried in a smoking crater, let out a guttural snarl. He clawed at the ground, dragging himself upright, body trembling. Crack. Bones snapped back into place. Torn flesh sealed. Black blood hissed and vanished into the air. His broken horns regrew, sharper than before. His crimson eyes flared with fury. You! The demon growled, voice now a guttural growl, deeper and darker. Who the hell are you? The man rolled his neck. Steel in his tone. The one who'll end you. The demon's lips twisted into a feral grin. We'll see. Boom. The ground exploded. The archdemon lunged, claw outstretched toward the man's throat. Whoosh. The man barely moved. Just a tilt of the head, and the claw missed by inches. Then, thud. A knee slammed into the demon's gut. Guh. Black blood and spittle flew as the demon doubled over. Wham! A brutal fist smashed into his jaw. Crack! The demon went airborne, tumbling across the field like a ragdoll. He groaned, coughing blood, but didn't get far. Whoosh! The man was already there. Boom! His sword struck down, carving a crater into the earth as the demon rolled away just in time. Rage boiled through the demon's veins. You bastard! He leapt back, claws raised. Dark energy surged from his palms. A giant spectral claw formed above, large enough to crush a fortress. It shot down. But, whoosh! The man vanished. Bam! A boot struck the demon's back, slamming him into the ground. Bang! Crater. The bearded man stood a few feet away, lifting his sword again. Is that all? The demon's rage exploded. His aura burst outward, shaking the sky itself. Crack! Boom! Lightning tore through the clouds. The battlefield darkened. I am pride itself. His arms snapped forward. Blood series, Hellstorm spears. 7th level spell, ***. Dozens of black spears, wrapped in violet flame, shot from all directions. Whoosh! 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 ***. Still, the man didn't move. Instead, whoosh! A brown aura ignited around him. His sword glowed with burning brilliance. Then, slash! A single, sweeping arc of energy cleaved the sky. Shying. Every spear shattered. The flames disappeared. The energy wave didn't stop. Slash! It tore into the archdemon's chest. Gah! The demon reeled, staggering back, blood spraying from the gash across his chest. But he refused to fall. He roared. Dark lightning, archdemon's wrath. Crack! A black bolt of lightning shot down. Boom! Dust and fire engulfed the battlefield. Silence. Then, step. A single footstep echoed through the smoke. Whoosh! The man emerged, untouched. The demon froze. Wah! Whoosh! Gone again. Thwack! A punch to the gut. Gruff! Bam! An uppercut launched the demon skyward. Whoosh! The man appeared above, sword raised. Boom! A devastating slash sent the demon crashing down like a meteor. Crack! The ground ruptured. A 10-meter crater formed. The archdemon gasped, body trembling. His regeneration faltered. Power faded. He tried to rise. Shing! Pain bloomed in his chest. He looked down. The man's sword was buried deep, right into his core. Crack! A fracture split the demon's essence. The man twisted the blade. Shi yiring. Crack! The core shattered. Grua arawa. The demon's scream tore across the sky as his body crumbled into dust. Then, boom! Gone. Silence fell. The bearded man exhaled, yanking his sword free. He turned. You did well, boy, he said simply. Estria, panting, scoffed. Took you long enough, Sword Duke. Elander gave a curt nod, eyes briefly narrowing. This was the same brat who'd thrashed his grandson at the academy tournament. Now? He was out here saving the academy. Elander sighed, brows furrowing. Ha! His gaze shifted. Where's that purple-haired lady? You mean the headmistress? Estria raised a brow. Exactly, Elander huffed. Always vanishes when things go to hell.
Estria nodded. Because, honestly? Facts.
She's probably letting demons invade just to make us stronger. What if this whole thing was?
He shook his head. Not the time.
Asterisk asterisk Estria. Asterisk asterisk.
He turned. Lucas.
Sprinting over, pale but determined. Behind him, their group helped wounded students. Christina, of course, was doing most of the healing.
Lucas reached them, breathless. Is he dead?
He is, Elander answered before Estria could. Lucas blinked, only now noticing the giant beside him. His eyes widened at the sheer presence of the man. Then drifted to the sword. Elander, meanwhile, was sizing up Lucas too.
Specifically, his sword. Excalibur.
Something flickered in Elander's gaze. So, you're the hero, huh? A grin tugged at his lips.
Not too shabby.
Lucas rubbed the back of his neck.
Thanks. Shing.
Elander raised his sword.
Lucas flinched. Then.
Elander grinned. What do you say, boy? Want to be my disciple?
Estria sighed. Of course.
Gotta snatch the hero for bragging rights. In the novel, Lucas had refused. He already had Ziva as his master.
But this time,
Lucas lit up like a kid on Christmas. Disciple greets master.
He beamed, clasping his hands. Estria blinked. Ha! No hesitation?
Elander laughed, stroking his beard.
Perfect.
Estria rubbed his temples. Since when did this turn into a Xianxia novel?
He sighed. Well, whatever. The fight was over. He glanced at Christina.
She still owes me money. He began walking toward her. She was healing a group of students, face pale from mana depletion. He was about to speak.
Thud.
Something soft slammed into his chest.
Warm. Squishy. Familiar.
Arms wrapped tightly around him. A head nestled into his neck.
A voice, shaking. Junior.
I'm so glad you're okay. Gah, Senior, you're crushing me. Violet didn't let go. If anything, she held tighter. He sighed, gently patting her back.
I'm fine.
She said nothing. He leaned back slightly.
Her eyes were closed. Her lips trembling. He ruffled her hair. Okay. You were worried.
But seriously, any tighter and I might actually die. Violet flinched and loosened her grip, slightly.
Idiot.
Estria smiled faintly.
His body ached.
Adrenaline still buzzed in his veins. But this moment was peaceful.
Quiet. Nice. And then, he felt it. A gaze. Sharp. Burning. He turned his head. And saw her. Christina's POV. That. Hussy. Christina glared.
She was still healing wounded students, hands glowing gold, asterisk asterisk, but her soul was boiling asterisk asterisk.
Violet.
Wrapped around Estria.
Oh sure.
Throw yourself at him the second he's too tired to resist. Brilliant move, Senior Violet.
Very subtle.
Her fingers twitched.
The student beneath her yelped.
Lady Christina, please.
Oh. Sorry. She was not sorry. Calm down, Christina.
You are the saintess of the holy nation. This is beneath you. You are above such childish jealousy.
She took a deep breath. Looked up again.
And saw Estria patting Violet's head. Her eye twitched.
Oh, come on.
She buried her fury under a smile.
Not jealous.
Not jealous at all. Then glanced down at her own chest.
A smirk crept in.
At least mine's bigger.
She stood tall. Proud.
That pride lasted 5 seconds, before she looked back.
Still hugging. Still close. Still cozy. Her teeth clenched.
I should be the one standing there. Estria should have thanked her. She had done all the healing.
She kept people alive.
She deserved at least a damn hand kiss.
Instead,
that damned Violet was nuzzling him like a cat.
She sighed sharply.
I'm not jealous. But her glare screamed otherwise.
Stupid Estria.
You'll regret ignoring me. She smiled sweetly at the next student. And pumped way too much mana into the healing spell.
Lady Christina.
Stop whining, she said, voice icy. It's good for you.
But inside, she was plotting.
Because sooner or later,
Estria would come to her. After all,
he still hadn't gotten his money. The past few days had been chaotic. After the battle, the entire academy was in disarray. Professors and engineers scrambled to repair shattered buildings. Injured students lined up outside healing wards, while priests worked overtime, hands glowing with divine light.
And Estria?
He was lounging on his dormitory couch, a book open in his lap. His eyes followed the lines, but his mind wasn't in the pages. The dormitory buzzed with a comfortable sort of noise. Across from him, Lumi lay on the carpet, legs swaying as she toyed with a floating wisp of mana. Her slime-like hair fanned out around her, catching the light like a glowing mist. Chiron sat by the window, calmly braiding her long hair. She wore a simple blouse and skirt, homey, relaxed. It was rare to see her this peaceful.
From the kitchen, a voice called out, "Estria,
tea or coffee?" Elaine peeked out, her apron dusted with flour. "Tea," he replied without looking up.
A nod, and she vanished again.
The warm scent of cookies and something sweet followed in her wake. This had become their new normal. The girls hadn't left his side since the battle. Not clingy exactly, just present. Lumi constantly poked at him, Chiron acted like the proper daughter of a noble house, and Elaine. Well, Elaine had basically taken over his life.
His schedule. His meals. His wardrobe.
Estria sighed and closed the book. "Still thinking about today?" Chiron asked, eyes still on her braid.
"A little."
Lumi rolled onto her back, staring at him upside down. "You should be excited. You're meeting the Emperor and Empress."
"I know," he muttered. He wasn't nervous. Just tired. Today was the official ceremony. The imperial summons. Estria, Lucas, Violet, Christina, Rose, Maya, Iris, Ziva, all the key figures from the battle were being honored. Titles, medals, gold, whatever tokens the Empire thought suitable. Lucas was being crowned as the hero. Estria?
Well, that was the surprise. Not just a medal.
A title. A baron.
He leaned back with another sigh. "Don't sigh like that, master," came a teasing voice behind him. Two gooey arms wrapped around his shoulders.
He didn't even flinch. "Lumi. MMHM," she nuzzled into his hair.
"You're sighing like some tired grandpa."
"Stop that. Get off." "No." Lumi giggled.
"Stop wrinkling his clothes," Elaine scolded gently as she entered with a tray of tea and small cakes. Lumi finally let go, only to plop beside him, still grinning. "So, what time are we leaving?" she asked, eyes sparkling. 1 hour, Elaine said, setting the tray down. "Everyone should start getting ready."
Estria groaned. Then he stood. "Fine, fine.
Let's get it over with." The Imperial Grand Hall. A cathedral of marble and gold. Towering stained-glass windows cast a rainbow of light across polished floors. Golden chandeliers sparkled above. Estria stood in line with the others, dressed in the dark silver-accented uniform of Silverleaf Academy, the place he truly hailed from, despite now being a Royal Academy student. Beside him, Lucas wore an ornate suit adorned with golden embroidery and a hero's sash crossing both shoulders. The audience was a sea of nobility, dukes, generals, high priests. The air buzzed with reverence and curiosity. Then, boom! The grand doors opened. Imperial guards marched in, their polished gold armor gleaming, spears held high. Perfect precision. Then, the Emperor and Empress entered. Francis Arthur Charles X strode with commanding presence. Tall, sharp-featured, his golden eyes were cold, calculating. His robe shimmered in shades of red and gold, the imperial crown balanced atop his head. At his side, the Empress moved like flowing silk. Isabella von Eldoria. Silver-haired. Piercing blue eyes. Her presence was quiet, but heavy. Estria knew her. The true strategist behind the throne. Whispers in the shadows claimed she plotted to overthrow the Emperor. And the Emperor? He knew. He was only tolerating her for now. With Lilith's help, he believed he had her actions under control. Whether that remained true was a mystery even to Estria. Right now, she was staring directly at him. There was a smile on her lips. But her eyes? Calculating. Dangerous. Fake. Estria met her gaze without blinking, spine straightening subtly. The Emperor took his throne. The Empress followed suit. Then, a royal official stepped forward and unrolled a long parchment. The imperial court recognizes the brave warriors who stood against the forces of darkness during the great battle. Their courage and strength shall not go unrewarded. The crowd fell into reverent silence. The official began.
Lucas Heartstone. Lucas stepped forward. Blonde hair. Golden eyes. Heroic aura.
By decree of His Imperial Majesty, Francis Arthur Charles X, and the Divine Church, Lucas Heartstone is hereby granted the title, Hero of Light. Murmurs swept through the crowd. An official hero. It wasn't just a name. It was an obligation. He would now serve as the Empire's shield against the Demon King's return. Lucas bowed low. I will serve your majesty.
Estria glanced at him.
Lucas's voice was steady, but his future had just been sealed.
Next.
Violet von Luxuria. She stepped forward, serene but proud. For her overwhelming strength in battle, she is awarded the Silver Fong Medal. Violet smirked and bowed. Thank you, your majesty.
Then. Christina Solara.
The saintess floated across the marble with grace. For her healing and dedication, she is awarded the Divine Radiance Medal.
Christina curtsied.
It was my duty, your majesty.
Then.
The official cleared his throat.
Estria Moon. Silence. No whispers. No clapping.
Just gazes.
Curious. Anxious. Cold.
Unlike Lucas, who had been raised before the Empire's eyes.
Estria was an enigma. An unknown. And yet, he had stood toe-to-toe with an archdemon. And won.
The Emperor's golden eyes met his. For your strength and service to this nation, you are granted the title. Moonlight Swordsman. A hushed wave rolled through the chamber. The Emperor's lips twitched, barely hiding his displeasure. And by imperial decree, Estria Moon is hereby granted noble status. The rank of Baron.
Silence.
Then murmurs again.
A commoner. Now a noble.
Estria stepped forward, expression calm.
He didn't kneel. He bowed. And then, he smirked.
I accept, your majesty. His voice held a hint of mischief.
Grip.
The Emperor's hand clenched on his armrest. Estria didn't look away. Then the Emperor leaned back. Rise, Baron Moon.
He straightened.
And just like that, he was no longer just Estria. He was Baron Estria Moon. The ceremony continued, but his ears tuned out. He had stepped into a new world now.
Nobility. Politics. Games of power.
He exhaled slowly. Then, he noticed the Empress again. She hadn't stopped watching him. Her lips curled ever so slightly. Estria narrowed his eyes. Great. This was going to be a problem.
A big one.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
Well, at least, I am getting stronger. And now, I simply cannot live an ordinary life. So, I might as well get to the top, no? The ceremony was over, but the night had only just begun. I stood near one of the tall, open windows of the grand banquet hall, letting the cool night breeze brush against my face. The scent of wine, roasted meats, and sweet pastries filled the air, mixing with the soft sounds of laughter and conversation. The hall itself was a masterpiece, golden chandeliers hanging from above, their candlelight flickering against the polished marble floors. Nobles in their finest silks and military officers in decorated uniforms moved about, their voices overlapping in a symphony of politics and pleasantries. At the center of it all was Lucas. He was dressed the part, golden sash, formal suit, the perfect image of a noble hero. A cluster of important figures surrounded him, speaking with admiration, expectations placed in their every word.
The Hero of Light. A fitting title.
Violet was off to the side, effortlessly engaging with noble heirs and military officers, her usual business smile never fading away from her face. Ziva stood among royal knights, silent, but her eyes darted around, observing everyone.
And me?
I wasn't in the mood for any of this. I leaned against the open window, eyes fixed on the city below. Eternum, the capital of the Empire. It stretched endlessly beneath the moonlight, the stone roads glowing silver under the stars. Even from here, I could see the distant towers of the palace, standing as some kind of reminder of the power this empire held. The moon hung high above it all, watching silently.
Unchanging. Constant.
I let out a slow breath, my mind finally finding some peace. Until I heard footsteps approach. Enjoying the view, Baron Moon? I didn't turn immediately. The voice was smooth, teasing, and containing amusement in her tone. I knew who it was before I even looked.
Ella.
The second princess of the Empire. Well, now everyone from the academy knew her true identity. She moved to stand beside me, her long silver hair catching the moonlight in a way that made it almost glow. Her royal gown, deep blue with silver embroidery, flowed elegantly with each movement. She was the very image of imperial grace.
Except for the smile.
That was not the smile of a typical princess. She had a certain lightness to her expression, as if she didn't take this entire night as seriously as she should. "I see you've been avoiding the important people," she said, tilting her head. "That's a little rude, don't you think?" Her words were true. But I only did that because I didn't really know how to communicate. I mean, back on Earth, I had plenty of good locations. But here, it feels extremely weird. Every single joke could be mistaken as an offense. And even if I had the past memories of Estria, even if he did not know how to deal with the nobility, he only knew how to beat them up.
Ahem. Ha.
I sighed, turning my head towards her. "I'm just enjoying the quiet." Ella chuckled softly at my words. "That's one way to put it. But you do realize that you're the main attraction tonight, right?" Well, that was one way to put it. But everyone was a bit afraid to talk to me. So I guess they roamed towards Lucas, who seemed more approachable. After all, those glowing eyes of mine are still a bit scary. Lucas is the main attraction.
She rolled her eyes. "Oh, please.
The hero of light is nothing new.
He fights, he wins, he gets praised.
That's how heroes are, but you." She leaned slightly closer, lowering her voice. "You came out of nowhere. You're a mystery. And the nobility hates mysteries."
I didn't respond.
She wasn't wrong. The nobles were already watching me like I was some kind of unexploded bomb, dangerous, unpredictable, something they weren't sure how to handle yet.
And honestly,
that was just perfect for me. Ella turned her gaze back to the sky. "The moon is beautiful, isn't it?" I froze at her words. I already knew that she had feelings for me. However, I do not if that expression she just said also counts as a confession in this world. I don't know if Soseki Natsume exists here. But yeah, I'll ignore it for now. You know, there's something really beautiful about the moon. Ella continued, still gazing at the beautiful night sky. More precisely, at the moon. "It never changes," she murmured. "No matter what happens in the Empire, no matter how many wars, betrayals, or ceremonies happen, it stays the same." I raised an eyebrow at her words. That's a strange thing for a princess to say.
She smirked.
"I guess I'm a strange princess. You are weird, you know? When I first met you, you were all blushy, and now
you've changed multiple times.
In the academy, you were cold to me, and now you're being all smiley and mysterious? What are you exactly trying to do?" Then, just as quickly, the moment passed. "Well, Baron Moon," she said, emphasizing the title with a small laugh. "I should let you enjoy your solitude. But I'll give you some advice." I crossed my arms.
"Oh."
Ella's blue eyes sparkled for a moment. "Stay away from my stepmother." I froze for a split second. "The Empress." She nodded, her gaze flickering toward the far end of the banquet hall. And that's when I noticed her. Isabella von Eldoria. The Empress. She was seated beside the Emperor, dressed in a flowing white and gold gown, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Unlike the Emperor, who was actively speaking with officials, she wasn't engaged in conversation. Because she was watching me. Directly. Our eyes met. And for a brief second, everything else faded. The noise of the banquet. The movement of the nobles. The flickering candlelight. None of it mattered. The Empress tilted her head, just slightly. A silent acknowledgement. Then, she smiled. A slow yet charming smile. I finally looked away, my expression unreadable. Ella scoffed immediately. "Too late, huh? That damned woman." She gritted her teeth. At her words, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. She did seem to hate her stepmother. But thinking about it, where's the first princess? She should be here, no? Well, now that I warned you. She walked away before uttering a few last words. "Be careful with her." I didn't exactly answer her words. After all, she had already walked away. I let out a slow breath, rolling my shoulders as Ella disappeared into the crowd. Her warning still lingered in my mind. The Empress, huh? I could still feel her eyes on me, even though I wasn't looking anymore. A presence like that wasn't something you could just ignore. But before I could think about it too much, I heard another pair of approaching footsteps. Lighter. More familiar. "Wow, look at you," a smooth teasing voice purred from my side. "Already making waves at the highest level of nobility. My dear Junior really knows how to charm royalty, doesn't he? I sighed before even turning.
Violet.
I didn't need to see her face to know she was grinning. I could hear it in her voice. When I finally glanced her way, my suspicions were confirmed. She stood there, her arms crossed, a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. Her violet dress, fitting for her name, clung to her figure just enough to show off her confidence, yet remained elegant enough for a noble gathering. A few loose strands of her dark hair framed her face, and her purple eyes shone with way too much enjoyment. I wasn't charming anyone. Violet gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her chest.
Oh?
Then what was that little moment between you and the second princess just now? Standing together under the moonlight, talking about how beautiful it is, she let out a fake sigh. So romantic. Did she hear our conversation?
Ah.
I almost forgot that everyone here had heightened senses. I pinched the bridge of my nose. It wasn't like that. She didn't believe me.
Of course, she didn't.
I exhaled and turned back to the window, hoping she'd just drop it.
She didn't.
In fact, she leaned on the windowsill beside me, her smirk widening. You know, first it was the cute, mysterious exchange student thing. Then you became the strongest student of our academy. Now you're a baron, and the nobility is keeping an eye on you. The strongest student? That is new. Well, it was what appeared on the student forum. After all, you kept the archdemon of pride busy by yourself. What do you think was going to happen? She smiled lightly. Then, her eyes suddenly flickered toward where the Empress sat. And now, even the most dangerous woman in the Empire seems interested in you. Most dangerous woman in the Empire? There seems to be something about her that I don't know. Even Violet's voice contains respect towards her. Is there really something about her that I don't know? I'll need to investigate. So, I decided to start with Violet herself. You think she's dangerous too? Violet scoffed at my words.
Oh, absolutely.
Every noblewoman in that hall plays the game, but she is the one who wrote the rules. What's up with those metaphors? What kind of game are we talking about?
Chess? Go?
Blackjack? Well, considering the subject, she's probably talking about something related to the nobility, so it must be the power to be in control or something along that. After all, those nobles like to use expressions like chess pieces and chessboard.
I hummed.
I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. Then, without warning, Violet's smirk returned. But let's not forget, she cooed, you also have our dear instructor watching you closely.
I froze. Oh.
She was talking about Ziva. Oh no, no excuses, Violet cut in, her grin sharpening. People were already suspecting your relationship with her as soon as you appeared fighting against her in that red dungeon, but now. She glanced at Ziva, who was looking intently at me with a strange expression. It seems that she really fell for you. I opened my mouth.
Then closed it. She hummed. So, let's see.
The second princess, the Empress, Ziva. Oh, and let's not forget our dear mysterious maid.
I stiffened. Quite the competition, huh?
If that continues, I won't exactly have a chance, do I? She giggled, covering her mouth. I didn't reply to her words. There wasn't something to be really mentioned here. Besides, she hadn't fallen in love with me. She was only teasing me.
TSK, you're no fun. She puffed her cheeks, straightening herself.
It has been good talking to you. She pushed off the windowsill and stretched, her teasing nature returning in full force. Well, Baron Moon, I think I'll go find some wine and pretend to be a proper noblewoman for a bit. She laughed.
You? Proper?
She gasped dramatically. I'll have you know, I can be very proper when I need to be. I just shook my head. There's still a single month or so until the end of the semester. And then, I can finally go back to my academy.
Till then.
There is plenty of trouble coming ahead. I can just feel it. At least, I am getting stronger. And now, I simply cannot live an ordinary life. So, I might as well get to the top, no? The ceremony was over, but the night had only just begun. I stood near one of the tall, open windows of the grand banquet hall, letting the cool night breeze brush against my face. The scent of wine, roasted meats, and sweet pastries filled the air, mixing with the soft sounds of laughter and conversation. The hall itself was a masterpiece, golden chandeliers hanging from above, their candlelight flickering against the polished marble floors. Nobles in their finest silks and military officers in decorated uniforms moved about, their voices overlapping in a symphony of politics and pleasantries. At the center of it all was Lucas. He was dressed the part, golden sash, formal suit, the perfect image of a noble hero. A cluster of important figures surrounded him, speaking with admiration, expectations placed in their every word.
The Hero of Light. A fitting title.
Violet was off to the side, effortlessly engaging with noble heirs and military officers, her usual business smile never fading away from her face. Ziva stood among royal knights, silent, but her eyes darted around, observing everyone.
And me?
I wasn't in the mood for any of this. I leaned against the open window, eyes fixed on the city below. Eternum, the capital of the empire. It stretched endlessly beneath the moonlight, the stone roads glowing silver under the stars. Even from here, I could see the distant towers of the palace, standing as some kind of reminder of the power this empire held. The moon hung high above it all, watching silently.
Unchanging. Constant.
I let out a slow breath, my mind finally finding some peace. Until I heard footsteps approach. Enjoying the view, Baron Moon? I didn't turn immediately. The voice was smooth, teasing, and containing amusement in her tone. I knew who it was before I even looked.
Ella.
The second princess of the empire. Well, now everyone from the academy knew her true identity. She moved to stand beside me, her long silver hair catching the moonlight in a way that made it almost glow. Her royal gown, deep blue with silver embroidery, flowed elegantly with each movement. She was the very image of imperial grace.
Except for the smile.
That was not the smile of a typical princess. She had a certain lightness to her expression, as if she didn't take this entire night as seriously as she should. I see you've been avoiding the important people, she said, tilting her head. That's a little rude, don't you think? Her words were true. But I only did that because I didn't really know how to communicate. I mean, back on Earth, I had plenty of good locations. But here, it feels extremely weird. Every single joke could be mistaken as an offense. And even if I had the past memories of Estria, even if he did not know how to deal with the nobility, he only knew how to beat them up.
Ahem. Ha.
I sighed, turning my head towards her. I'm just enjoying the quiet. Ella chuckled softly at my words. That's one way to put it. But you do realize that you're the main attraction tonight, right? Well, that was one way to put it. But everyone was a bit afraid to talk to me. So I guess they roamed towards Lucas, who seemed more approachable. After all, those glowing eyes of mine are still a bit scary. Lucas is the main attraction.
She rolled her eyes. Oh, please.
The hero of light is nothing new.
He fights, he wins, he gets praised.
That's how heroes are, but you. She leaned slightly closer, lowering her voice. You came out of nowhere. You're a mystery. And the nobility hates mysteries.
I didn't respond. She wasn't wrong.
The nobles were already watching me like I was some kind of unexploded bomb. Dangerous, unpredictable, something they weren't sure how to handle yet.
And honestly,
that was just perfect for me. Ella turned her gaze back to the sky. The moon is beautiful, isn't it? I froze at her words. I already knew that she had feelings for me. However, I do not if that expression she just said also counts as a confession in this world. I don't know if Soseki Natsume exists here. But yeah, I'll ignore it for now. You know, there's something really beautiful about the moon. Ella continued, still gazing at the beautiful night sky. More precisely, at the moon. It never changes, she murmured. No matter what happens in the empire, no matter how many wars, betrayals, or ceremonies happen, it stays the same. I raised an eyebrow at her words. That's a strange thing for a princess to say.
She smirked.
I guess I'm a strange princess. You are weird, you know? When I first met you, you were all blushy, and now,
you've changed multiple times.
In the academy, you were cold to me, and now, you're being all smiley and mysterious? What are you exactly trying to do? Then, just as quickly, the moment passed. Well, Baron Moon, she said, emphasizing the title with a small laugh. I should let you enjoy your solitude. But I'll give you some advice. I crossed my arms.
Oh.
Ella's blue eyes sparkled for a moment. Stay away from my stepmother. I froze for a split second. The Empress. She nodded, her gaze flickering toward the far end of the banquet hall. And that's when I noticed her. Isabella von Eldoria. The Empress. She was seated beside the Emperor, dressed in a flowing white and gold gown, her silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Unlike the Emperor, who was actively speaking with officials, she wasn't engaged in conversation. Because she was watching me. Directly. Our eyes met. And for a brief second, everything else faded. The noise of the banquet. The movement of the nobles. The flickering candlelight. None of it mattered. The Empress tilted her head, just slightly. A silent acknowledgement. Then she smiled. A slow yet charming smile. I finally looked away, my expression unreadable. Ella scoffed immediately. Too late, huh? That damned woman. She gritted her teeth. At her words, I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. She did seem to hate her stepmother. But thinking about it, where's the first princess? She should be here, no? Well, now that I warned you. She walked away before uttering a few last words. Be careful with her. I didn't exactly answer her words. After all, she had already walked away. I let out a slow breath, rolling my shoulders as Ella disappeared into the crowd. Her warning still lingered in my mind. The Empress, huh? I could still feel her eyes on me, even though I wasn't looking anymore. A presence like that wasn't something you could just ignore. But before I could think about it too much, I heard another pair of approaching footsteps. Lighter. More familiar. Wow, look at you, a smooth teasing voice purred from my side. Already making waves at the highest level of nobility. My dear Junior really knows how to charm royalty, doesn't he? I sighed before even turning. Violet. I didn't need to see her face to know she was grinning. I could hear it in her voice. When I finally glanced her way, my suspicions were confirmed. She stood there, her arms crossed, a knowing smirk tugging at her lips. Her violet dress, fitting for her name, clung to her figure just enough to show off her confidence, yet remained elegant enough for a noble gathering. A few loose strands of her dark hair framed her face, and her purple eyes shone with way too much enjoyment. I wasn't charming anyone. Violet gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her chest. Oh? Then what was that little moment between you and the second princess just now? Standing together under the moonlight, talking about how beautiful it is, she let out a fake sigh. So romantic. Did she hear our conversation? Ah. I almost forgot that everyone here had heightened senses. I pinched the bridge of my nose. It wasn't like that. She didn't believe me. Of course, she didn't. I exhaled and turned back to the window, hoping she'd just drop it. She didn't. In fact, she leaned on the windowsill beside me, her smirk widening. You know, first it was the cute, mysterious exchange student thing. Then you became the strongest student of our academy. Now you're a baron, and the nobility is keeping an eye on you. The strongest student? That is new. Well, it was what appeared on the student forum. After all, you kept the archdemon of pride busy by yourself. What do you think was going to happen? She smiled lightly. Then, her eyes suddenly flickered toward where the Empress sat. And now, even the most dangerous woman in the Empire seems interested in you. Most dangerous woman in the Empire? There seems to be something about her that I don't know. Even Violet's voice contains respect towards her. Is there really something about her that I don't know? I'll need to investigate. So, I decided to start with Violet herself. You think she's dangerous too? Violet scoffed at my words. Oh, absolutely. Every noblewoman in that hall plays the game, but she is the one who wrote the rules. What's up with those metaphors? What kind of game are we talking about? Chess? Go? Blackjack? Well, considering the subject, she's probably talking about something related to the nobility, so it must be the power to be in control or something along that. After all, those nobles like to use expressions like chess pieces and chessboard. I hummed. I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. Then, without warning, Violet's smirk returned. But let's not forget, she cooed, you also have our dear instructor watching you closely. I froze. Oh. She was talking about Ziva. Oh no, no excuses, Violet cut in, her grin sharpening. People were already suspecting your relationship with her as soon as you appeared fighting against her in that red dungeon, but now. She glanced at Ziva, who was looking intently at me with a strange expression. It seems that she really fell for you. I opened my mouth. Then closed it. She hummed. So, let's see. The second princess, the Empress, Ziva. Oh, and let's not forget our dear mysterious maid. I stiffened. Quite the competition, huh? If that continues, I won't exactly have a chance, do I? She giggled, covering her mouth. I didn't reply to her words. There wasn't something to be really mentioned here. Besides, she hadn't fallen in love with me. She was only teasing me. TSK, you're no fun. She puffed her cheeks, straightening herself. It has been good talking to you. She pushed off the windowsill and stretched, her teasing nature returning in full force. Well, Baron Moon, I think I'll go find some wine and pretend to be a proper noblewoman for a bit. She laughed.
You? Proper?
She gasped dramatically. I'll have you know, I can be very proper when I need to be. I just shook my head. There's still a single month or so until the end of the semester. And then, I can finally go back to my academy.
Till then.
There is plenty of trouble coming ahead. I can just feel it. A day had passed since the banquet, and things at Eternum Royal Academy had mostly gone back to normal.
Well, almost.
The snow festival was still going, which meant I had one more annoying thing left to do. Choosing my 5 festival activities. Every student had to sign up for at least 5 events, with no exceptions. Didn't matter if you were an exchange student, a noble, or even someone the royal prince. I'd already spent time thinking about it. Some events were just not an option. Too much noble politics, too much forced interaction, or just flat out embarrassing. After going through the list, I finally picked my 5. Firstly, mana volleyball and mana football. These are very self-explanatory. The only thing that is different is that you can use mana to kick or spike the ball. Then, there was the magic circles, a competition focused on drawing, deciphering, and activating magic circles. Speed, accuracy, and knowledge of runes were basically the win conditions. Next, I chose the weight throw, which is also very self-explanatory, but we cannot use mana in this particular activity. And finally,
Snowy Love, a special event.
It was a winter-themed partner-based challenge designed to bring people closer. Honestly, I wasn't thrilled about any of them, especially the last one, but compared to the other choices, these were the least annoying. Now, all I had to do was officially register. And just a few minutes later, I arrived at the student council building and immediately regretted it. The line was ridiculously long. Students stretched out the door, all waiting to sign up for their festival events. The energy in the air was buzzing, excited chatter, some laughter, and the occasional groan from someone impatient.
I frowned.
I should come back later. I had patience, but I wasn't about to stand in line, surrounded by excited students, just to write my name on a piece of paper.
I turned to leave.
And then, a soft hand grabbed my arm.
Tee-hee.
Hello, my dear junior. I didn't even need to look.
Violet.
Before I could react, she was already dragging me away from the line.
Comes.
No need to wait like everyone else when you have me, right? I sighed but didn't resist. It wasn't worth the energy. She pulled me past the other students, making me feel the gazes of pure rage, past the student council members handling registration, and straight into the office. With a playful smile, she guided me to her seat, the student council president's chair, before casually sitting down, crossing her legs, and giving me a smirk. So, she said, resting her chin on her palm. You're here to sign up for the festival events?
Obviously. She chuckled. Well, I am the president.
I suppose I can handle that for you. She leaned forward slightly, blinking her eyelashes with the same playful smile. What are your picks?
I listed them off.
When I got to the 5th one,
Violet's smirk widened. The Snowy Love event? She arched an eyebrow.
You sure about that one?
I shrugged.
The other choices were worse. Violet leaned back, tapping her fingers on the desk. You do know what the Snowy Love event is about, right?
Yeah. A partner-based event.
Random pairing. Winter challenges.
She giggled.
That's the basic explanation. Her smirk deepened, and she leaned forward, voice dropping to something more playful. But it's not just about teamwork. The event is designed to create special moments. Romantic challenges, bonding activities, and let's not forget, some tasks require a bit of physical closeness.
I blinked.
I had read the event description, but I hadn't thought too much about the details. Violet's giggle turned into a laugh.
Oh ho ho.
Didn't think that one through, huh? I exhaled deeply. I'll deal with it. She laughed even harder. Oh, I cannot wait to see who you get paired with. She finalized my registration, stamping the document with the official student council seal. All right, Junior, you're all set. But just so you know. She leaned in slightly, her violet eyes glimmering with mischief. If you get paired with me, I expect you to take responsibility. I gave Violet a flat look. Responsibility for what exactly? She giggled, leaning her chin on her hand. Oh, my dear Junior, don't play dumb. The Snowy Love event is designed to create special, heartwarming moments. Imagine it, a peaceful winter setting, cozy little challenges, holding hands, sharing warmth, maybe even.
No.
Violet gasped dramatically, placing a hand over her heart. You didn't even let me finish. What if I was going to say sharing a cup of hot cocoa? Then you should have led with that.
She smirked.
But you know that's not all there is to it. Some of the past challenges have been pretty bold, you know. There was one year where pairs had to hug for warmth inside an ice cave. And another where they had to feed each other a special festival dessert. With their hands. Still not that bad. Ah, but last year, she leaned in closer, her violet eyes gleaming with mischief. There was a mistletoe task. I stared at her. She grinned widely.
No. Oh yes.
The rules change every year, but the theme stays the same. Creating intimate winter memories. She twirled a strand of her purple hair between her fingers. Are you sure you want to do this event, Junior? I already signed up, didn't I? I reply before letting out a small sigh.
Oh ho ho.
That's the spirit. She clapped her hands together, looking far too amused by this. Still, you're a bit too relaxed about this. I mean, what if you get paired with someone dangerous? I raised an eyebrow.
Like who? Oh, I don't know.
She tilted her head playfully. Maybe the second princess?
MHM?
That wasn't a problem at all. It would simply feel weird. She smirked at my normal expression, and then continued.
Or how about Ziva?
You know that professors can also participate in festivals, don't you? That's not concerning. I'll probably just run away from that place if I ever saw her. She would probably stab me with her swords the second I looked at her. Then there's Rose. Violet continued, watching my reaction carefully. That cutie. Can you imagine her in a romance-themed event? How adorable would that be? She giggled. You're just listing all the people who would make this a problem, aren't you? Oh, absolutely. She rested her chin on her palm again. But let's not forget the best possibility. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper. What if you get paired with me?
I sighed.
And that's the worst-case scenario? Oh, it's the best case for me.
She giggled. But for you?
Who knows? I pinched the bridge of my nose. You're way too invested in this.
She shrugged. Can you blame me?
You never join these kinds of things. And now you're suddenly throwing yourself into the most entertaining event in the festival? How could I not be excited? I'm already regretting this.
Naihihai. Too late, Junior.
No backing out now. She gave me a wink. Just remember, if you do get paired with me, you'd better take responsibility.
HMN. I hummed in response.
But as I looked at her giggling expression, my lips couldn't help but curl up slightly.
Don't worry.
If I do get paired with you, Senior, I wouldn't mind taking responsibility.
Violet blinked. Her smirk vanished. WH.
I walked out before she could respond.
Click.
Violet's POV.
Click. The door clicked shut.
I sat there, frozen. For a good 5 seconds, my mind was completely blank. Then slowly, I leaned back in my chair, my fingers gripping the edge of the desk as I processed what just happened.
Did he just? My face burned.
It wasn't often that I lost control of my emotions. I'm student council president, for goodness sake. I handled noble disputes, festival preparations, school policies. I was calm, collected, and always one step ahead. But that damn Junior. He actually said that. If I do get paired with you, Senior, I wouldn't mind taking responsibility. I felt a shiver crawl down my spine, my grip tightening against the polished wood of my desk. His words made me feel
spinning, burning,
overthinking every word.
You wouldn't mind, huh?
I muttered under my breath, my lips curling into a small smile. Was he teasing me? Was he serious? Did he say that just to mess with me? I slapped my hands against my cheeks, trying to snap myself out of it. No, this wasn't fair. I was supposed to be the one making him flustered. I was supposed to be the one teasing him. Not the other way around. And yet, I covered my mouth with one hand, biting down on my lower lip as another shiver ran through me.
Foo-foo.
A dangerous giggle slipped out. I leaned forward, resting my chin against my palm, my fingers tapping against my cheek as my thoughts spiraled into dangerous places. What if we actually got paired together? A peaceful winter setting, cozy little challenges. The two of us, stuck together in the cold, forced to work side by side.
Would he sigh in annoyance?
Would he act like it was nothing?
Or
maybe, the color that my eyes can see in his body would change? Would I finally get to see him panic?
oh, that would be delicious.
I imagined it now, Estrella, standing there in his usual composed way, only to slowly crack under the festival's special circumstances.
A shared blanket? A gentle, accidental touch? Ha!
What if he was forced to hold my hand? A creepy little giggle slipped from my lips again.
Oh, I liked that thought.
I liked it a lot. My mind spun faster, crafting scenario after scenario. Scenario number 1. We'd get paired together.
He'd groan. I'd smile.
Then, the festival tasks would force us into something ridiculously romantic. Maybe we'd have to feed each other a festival dessert.
Oh no. Oh no.
I imagined him, sitting across from me, staring blankly as he held out a spoonful of sweet warm pudding. Would he sigh? Would he roll his eyes?
Would he blush?
My fingers twitched. Scenario number 2. Maybe we'd end up in one of those snowed-in challenges. Just the two of us, trapped inside a winter cabin, a small fireplace flickering in the background.
Oh, that would be perfect.
He'd try to ignore me. But I'd make that impossible. I could already see it. The slow, creeping realization on his face. The way he'd shift, uncomfortable, realizing there was only one blanket. The way I'd slowly, deliberately, scoot closer. Oops, Junior, looks like there's not enough space. Guess we'll have to share. Another giggle slipped from my lips. I curled my fingers against my cheek, my smile stretching wider.
This was too much fun.
I never thought I'd want to be paired with someone for the snowy love event. I mean, sure, I like teasing people, messing with them, making them uncomfortable, but romance? Not really my thing.
But this. Estrella. He made it interesting.
He made me want to push him. To see how far I could go before he finally snapped, before he jumped on me. I could already image what I'd say at that time.
Hee. I bit my lip again. Ugh.
But why did he have to say that? If I do get paired with you, I wouldn't mind taking responsibility.
Those words. That tone.
He really was teasing me directly. I love teasing people, but absolutely hate when someone teases me. It just didn't feel right. I'm a genius who alone designed the entire Royal Academy's training areas.
And yet,
his words made a heat rise in my chest, something unfamiliar, something annoying.
Was it frustration? Excitement? I wasn't sure. But it didn't matter.
What mattered now
was the festival. I had to know.
Would we actually get paired together? Would fate be kind to me just this once? I grabbed my festival registration list and skimmed through it, biting my thumb in thought. Pairings were random, sure. But what if they weren't entirely random? I was the student council president, after all. And the snowy love event was an internal school activity. And I did have access to the registration data. And technically speaking, the pairings weren't decided until tomorrow. So if someone were to, say, subtly adjust the list? Gently nudge the results in a certain direction? Wouldn't that just be fair?
I grinned. A slow, creeping, dangerous grin. Fate could be so unreliable sometimes. So why not help it along? Just a little. MHM.
I hummed a small tune, flipping through the papers as my mind spun with possibilities. Oh, Junior, let's see if you're really ready to take responsibility.
T.
After stepping out of the student council room, I was immediately met with a wave of burning gazes.
Right.
Violet really does have a lot of admirers, huh? Some students in line had their mouths slightly open, their eyes darting between me and the closed office door like they had just witnessed a crime. Others were whispering to each other, their expressions ranging from confusion to jealousy. One guy near the front, probably a noble, crossed his arms, his brows furrowed. TCH. Favoritism, he muttered under his breath. Another student, a girl with short blonde hair, gave me a long, suspicious stare. What exactly were you doing in there with the student council president? She asked sharply, glaring at me.
I sighed.
Signing up for festival events.
That was it. That was all.
Nothing more, nothing less. But judging by the way some of these students were looking at me, I might as well have walked out of there carrying Violet in my arms. Another girl, standing a few steps away, narrowed her eyes. Then why did she personally pull you inside? Because she's annoying, I said flatly. Gasps. Actual gasps. You'd think I had just insulted royalty. A red-haired boy standing nearby scoffed, his arms crossed. You're saying the great Violet von Luxuria, the student council president, the genius of the academy, is just annoying?
Yes. More gasps.
A few of them looked at me like I had personally declared war. The blonde girl, still glaring at me, shook her head.
Unbelievable.
You should consider yourself lucky.
I frowned. Lucky for what? To even be in her presence.
Violet von Luxuria is admired by everyone. She's beautiful, talented, and respected. And yet, she chose to drag you into her office.
A guy next to her nodded. Yeah.
Do you know how many people in this school would kill for that?
I blinked. Those are some hardcore fans.
That sounds excessive.
It isn't.
I looked around at the crowd of students still waiting in line. Some of them were nodding. Others just kept staring at me, still clearly trying to process what they had just seen. This was a waste of time. I turned on my heel, planning to leave. I already finished what I came here for. There was no reason to stand around listening to these people go on about Violet. But as I walked past the crowd, I heard one last voice.
A whisper.
Do you think they're secretly dating? I kept walking.
Not worth my time.
Not worth my energy. Instead, I decided to head toward the headmistress's office.
Yup.
I was going to meet Eleonora. I had been holding back for a long time already. If I wanted to get stronger even faster than my current speed, I needed to awaken my second element. The moment I saw that my chances of getting the void element had increased, I almost rushed to awaken it right then and there. But things kept getting in the way.
But now?
I had nothing to do except wait for the snow festival.
No more delays.
I was going to awaken my second element today.
Step.
Reaching the headmistress's door, I paused for a second. My hand hovered just above the wood, ready to knock. But I knew Eleonora too well.
There was no point. Click.
I pushed the door open and stepped inside. Then, without missing a beat, I closed it shut behind me. A soft giggle immediately greeted me.
Oh my.
Did my dear Estria finally decide to visit his future master? Eleonora's voice was playful, like she had been waiting for this moment. She didn't even seem surprised that I had entered her personal workroom without knocking.
She didn't scold me.
She didn't raise an eyebrow. Instead, she just smiled, resting her chin on her hand as if she had predicted this all along. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, shining under the glow of the enchanted lamps in the room. Her bright blue eyes sparkled with amusement.
Future master? Her smile widened.
But she kept her mouth shut nonetheless. I sighed, walking forward. You didn't even ask why I'm here.
She smirked.
Do I need a reason to enjoy a visit from my favorite student? I rolled my eyes at her.
She just laughed.
So? What brings my little moon to me today? She asked, tilting her head slightly.
Little moon?
Is that a new nickname for me?
Gosh.
I hesitated for a second. After all, I rejected being her disciple, but now, I was here to ask help from her to awaken my second element. Honestly, I could simply spend money and ask some other official mage to help me awaken it, but, if it was Eleonora, the chances of getting a stronger element were increased by a lot. Especially since our bodies were perfectly compatible with each other. Then, I finally met her gaze. I need your help with something. Her brows lifted just a little as her lips curled up.
Oh. I nodded.
I want you to help me awaken my second element. She gave me a slow, thoughtful look.
Then, suddenly, she smiled. Well then, shall we begin? Snap.
The air trembled as Eleonora flicked her fingers. Behind her, one of the tall bookshelves rumbled, shifting backward. A soft, violet glow traced the edges of the wall as the bookshelf slid to the side, revealing a dark passageway hidden behind it. I narrowed my eyes. You had a secret passage behind your bookshelf?
Eleonora giggled. Of course.
What kind of headmistress would I be if I didn't have at least one hidden chamber?
Classic.
She turned, stepping into the staircase.
Without hesitation, I followed.
The tunnel was lined with glowing blue runes, casting strange patterns along the stone walls. The air was thick with magic, almost humming with energy. We walked in silence for a few minutes before reaching the end, a massive reinforced door made of some kind of shimmering metal. Eleonora placed her palm on it, and the runes flickered, pulsing like a heartbeat.
Creak.
The door groaned as it slowly opened, revealing the chamber beyond.
It was breathtaking.
An enormous underground hall stretched before us, its ceiling high and arched like a cathedral. In the center of the room was a colossal magic circle, inscribed with symbols I barely recognized. At the very heart of the formation sat a massive floating orb, swirling with pure magical energy. I exhaled deeply.
This is.
Eleonora stepped forward, gesturing grandly. This, my little moon, is my own awakening chamber. The orb pulsed, casting a soft glow over the chamber. The magic circles beneath it shimmered, waiting. She turned to me, her smile turning almost mischievous. So, shall we get started?
I nodded.
Step into the center of that glowing circle over there. Eleonora pointed towards the circle, and I slowly walked towards it.
Thrum.
The air itself seemed heavier, as if the very room was waiting for something to happen. I could feel the potent mana flowing through the magic circle. Just relax, Eleonora said softly, standing at the edge of the magic formation. Let the magic flow naturally. Don't resist it. Easier said than done. The moment I stepped into the center, the giant orb above the circle pulsed with power. A low humming sound filled the air. Then, suddenly, whoosh! The entire chamber was swallowed by a bright, white blinding glow. It was overwhelming, almost suffocating, as an unseen force pulled at every fiber of my being. I clenched my teeth, feeling the strange sensation of something deep within me being drawn out. It wasn't painful, but it was intense. Like something ancient was awakening inside me.
Bzzzt. Crackle.
Strange, flickering lights surrounded me, shifting between deep purple, abyssal black, and bright silver streaks. The air felt electric, vibrating with an unusually strong mana. Eleonora's eyes widened. Her usual teasing expression was gone, replaced by something serious, something almost concerned.
This.
She muttered under her breath. What is this? The light only grew stronger.
Whoosh.
A huge surge of energy exploded outward. The magic circle beneath my feet trembled as sparks danced across the symbols. My whole body felt weightless for a second. No, not weightless. As if I were somewhere else entirely. Like I had one foot in this world, and one foot outside of it. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the glow vanished.
Bam.
A sharp silence filled the room.
I was still standing.
The air was still thick with residual energy.
And yet, something felt off.
Eleonora was staring at me, her expression unreadable. I opened my mouth to ask her what happened, but before I could say anything, she spoke first.
Strange. I blinked. What?
She frowned slightly, tapping her chin in thought. There's no second element. Silence stretched between us. I stared at her, waiting for her to say something else.
Anything else?
That light, she continued, glancing at the fading glow around us, was most likely just a reaction from your high-quality mana.
Just a reaction?
I furrowed my brows. That couldn't be right. I felt something awaken inside me. I knew something had changed. And yet Eleonora, one of the strongest mages in the world, couldn't identify it? So I don't have a second element? I asked slowly, trying to process everything. Eleonora crossed her arms, watching me carefully.
Most likely not. But.
She trailed off, before shaking her head with a small smile. Well, you're still my adorable little moon. With or without a second element.
Why?
Why don't I have a second element? Before I could say anything else, Eleonora took a step forward, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. Say, she said, tilting her head. Since you're already coming to me for help, why not make it official?
I stiffened.
For the fourth time now, she continued with a teasing lilt, become my disciple.
I sighed. You're persistent. Of course.
She smiled playfully. A talent like yours shouldn't go to waste, after all. I was about to reject her again, just like the previous times.
But this time, I hesitated.
I wasn't sure why, but something in me told me to think about it. To at least consider it. After a moment, I met her gaze.
I'll reconsider it.
After a while.
Eleonora blinked.
Her mouth parted slightly. She seemed completely shocked by my words. Then slowly, her smile widened.
Oh my, what a rare response.
I was expecting a straight rejection.
She chuckled softly.
Well then, I'll be waiting, my little moon. I let out a breath, shaking my head before turning towards the door. I'll be going now. Come visit me anytime, Eleonora called out as I left. The second the door closed behind me, I let out a deep breath. Something was off. I could feel it in my bones. Then, crack. A dark panel suddenly appeared in front of me, forming from thin air. Faint white cracks spread across its surface like veins of lightning.
My breath hitched for a moment.
In the center of the panel, glowing words slowly appeared one by one. New element awakened. Congratulations on obtaining the affinity.
Time.
Your mana has increased a small rank. Your spirit has successfully breakthrough into the SS rank. Your mental fortitude has significantly increased. Judgment I has reached the S+ rank. You can now manipulate time magic. I was beyond speechless.
Fwip.
Time acceleration.
Puff. Fuck.
I barely managed to react as the sudden force of the backlash hit me, sending me stumbling back a few steps. My hands shook, my head ached, and my body felt like it had just run an entire marathon in a second. God damn it, foo. Taking a deep breath, I furrowed my eyebrows, staring blankly at my hands. My fingers twitched slightly, but that was it.
No glow. No lingering mana.
No sign that I had successfully cast anything at all. Honestly, when I saw that my second affinity or element was time, I was immediately ecstatic, however. But I didn't think it would be this much of a problem. From the moment I awakened my second affinity, I had been training like a madman to use it. Every single day.
Every single night.
I barely even slept. I even used mana to ease my body so I didn't need sleep. The only problem was mental fatigue. But it was all useless. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't properly activate time magic. I had scoured the entire academy library, looking for anything at all, that could help me understand how time magic worked. But there was nothing. Not a single book on time magic existed in the academy's collection. It was almost as if it had been erased from history. Which meant that if I wanted to learn, I was on my own. A few days passed in complete frustration. I trained, failed, took a small break, and then tried again.
Again and again.
The cycle repeated itself over and over, but no matter what, I couldn't even manage a simple first-rank spell.
Damn it.
I clicked my tongue in frustration. One last try. Taking a deep breath, I focused. This time, I wouldn't just shout the spell's name and hope for the best. I would control it. I would force it to work. Slowly, I closed my eyes, reaching deep into myself and searching for that elusive spark of time magic buried within me.
It was there. Faint. Flickering.
But undeniably present. I reached out trying to grasp it. And the moment I did, my entire body was slammed with overwhelming pressure.
Thud.
I collapsed to my knees, gasping for air as an invisible force crushed me from all sides. My vision blurred, my head pounded, and my limbs refused to move. It felt as if time itself was weighing down on me. What the hell? My breathing turned ragged as I struggled to fight against the pressure, but it was useless. I couldn't even lift a single finger. My surroundings distorted, warping like a rippling reflection on water. For a brief second, I thought I saw something, a crack in space itself, dark and endless with white glowing threads stretching across it. Then, just as quickly as it came, it vanished. The pressure disappeared. I collapsed onto the floor, panting heavily as sweat dripped down my face.
Fucking hell. Click.
The door to the room suddenly opened. I groaned softly but didn't bother looking up. A familiar voice reached my ears. Master, are you done with your training?
Elaine.
I glanced up slightly, still lying on the ground. Elaine stood at the entrance, holding a small basket in her hands. From the smell, it was clear she had brought food. I exhaled tiredly.
For now.
Elaine smiled, stepping into the room before snapping her fingers, and casually casting a cleaning spell on me. A soft wave of magic washed over my body, wiping away the sweat and dust from my clothes. She then sat down next to me, placing the basket between us. I brought food for you. I shifted slightly, sitting up properly. You didn't have to.
She pouted.
But you barely eat during training. If I don't bring you food, you'll just forget.
She wasn't wrong.
I sighed, rubbing my temples.
Thanks.
Elaine beamed, opening the basket. The aroma of warm bread, roasted meat, and fresh fruit filled the air. My stomach growled on instinct.
I clicked my tongue.
Tisk. Betrayed by my own body. Elaine giggled, handing me a piece of bread.
Eat, master.
You need your strength. I took the bread, biting into it. The soft texture and buttery taste melted in my mouth.
Damn. That was good.
I gobbled it up in just a few minutes.
MHM.
I hummed in satisfaction, setting the empty plate aside. As I leaned back, my gaze slowly drifted downward, toward Elaine's thighs.
Soft. Smooth.
Comfortable looking.
The perfect pillow.
Without hesitation, I shifted my position, resting my head right on her lap.
Ah.
Elaine let out a small, surprised sound, but she didn't push me away. Instead, a gentle smile spread across her lips as she reached out and ran her fingers through my hair. She wasn't exactly giving me a massage, but it felt good. Really good. Her touch was slow, careful, and oddly soothing, like she had done this a million times before.
Ha!
I exhaled softly, letting myself relax.
But then, I frowned.
Well, the view wasn't bad, but there was a slight problem. I couldn't exactly see her face. Her breasts were too massive. They completely blocked my line of sight. So, I simply turned my head to the side.
Problem solved.
And then, her voice broke the silence. Master, why are you working so hard?
I blinked.
Before I could even think of an answer, she continued. From the day I met you, I could see that your ambitions were nothing but ordinary, but this past few days, you seem to have changed a bit.
Ah. She noticed it. Of course she did.
I let out a quiet sigh. At first, my goal was simple. I just wanted to fulfill Estria's original wish, to make this academy the best, graduate, and secure a good-paying job.
But then,
I lost the competition. That was the starting point where I started to change.
I mean,
that moment, when I stood there, helpless, because of my artificial mana vessel, that was the trigger. I didn't realize it at the time, but Estria's memories had already begun affecting me since the day I got here.
Little by little.
I was never the type to care about saving people.
I lived for myself.
That was how I survived in my old world.
But now?
I saved a girl who tried to kill me. I fought to protect the academy, not just for myself, but for the students. And even now, I was pushing myself beyond my limits, struggling to control a magic that I knew nothing about, all for the sake of becoming stronger. Those were small changes that I didn't take notice. It was if Estria was present here, but not really myself. Like, my instincts could talk, but my mind and body wouldn't follow its orders. Something like that. I don't know how to explain it. But why? Why was this happening?
Because of him.
Estria wasn't a hero. Not really. But he dreamed of being one. Even though he knew he wasn't the chosen one, he still carried himself like a hero. And now, that same heroic personality of his. It was starting to change me.
I didn't realize it at first. But now? Now I knew.
I had been affected. Back in my world, I learned to live for myself. And then, the moment I stepped here, because of the future sight granted by the system, I decided to fight against that named demon beast myself. At that time, it just felt right. But thinking back, that simply wasn't something that I would normally do. I don't mind saving my loved one, but other people? Since when did I care about them? I don't mind saving them, but risking my life in order to do so?
Never. But I did. I went alone. Didn't ask for help. Dealt with the beasts myself.
But why? I thought that I hadn't been affected by Estria's memories, but now.
Now. I was affected by them.
But what could I do? Those sweet memories.
His happy friends.
Even his emotions. They weren't just things I remembered.
I felt them. Lived them.
And because of that, I couldn't ignore them.
How could I?
How could I turn away when I knew what was coming? When I knew what they would face? Even though this wasn't my world, even though these weren't my people. I couldn't just leave them to die. Even if I wanted to. Even if it wasn't me who cared. I still cared. So,
Estria.
Just be a little selfish. Is that too much to ask? Master? Elaine's voice was soft, laced with worry.
Are you okay?
Her green eyes, bright and filled with concern, met mine. I stared at her for a second before a small smile tugged at my lips. I'm ALR. My voice faltered. But then looking at her, really looking at her, I let out a breath.
And smiled.
I'm better than ever. The moment Elaine saw my soft smile, her face lit up like a sunrise. Her bright green eyes sparkled, and she tilted her head slightly to the side before flashing me an even brighter smile.
Master. Beep. Attention, students.
The first festival activity, Mana Football of the Snow Festival, is about to begin. Every student who has signed up, please proceed to the main arena.
Bop.
The sudden announcement cut through the air, and I felt my expression shift slightly as I frowned. I exhaled softly before slowly pushing myself up. I guess it's time. I started making my way toward the exit, but before I could take more than a few steps,
Russell.
Elaine suddenly stepped in front of me, blocking my way. Then, like a diligent wife, she carefully adjusted my clothes, smoothing out any wrinkles before giving my shoulders a gentle pat. Her hands were soft, her movements slow and precise, as if she had done this countless times before. She smiled up at me. "Let's go," she said lightly before turning around and walking ahead. I blinked. Then, with a small chuckle, I followed her. The main arena wasn't far, so it only took us a few minutes to get there. The moment we arrived, I noticed two signs. One pointed toward the section for participants, and the other led to the spectators. It was time for us to separate. Elaine turned to face me. "Good luck, master." Her voice was soft, carrying a warmth that made my chest tighten for a moment. She then started walking toward the left passage, the one that would teleport her to the spectator area. I watched her go. My eyes followed her small, delicate back as she walked further and further away. And I frowned. Just be a little selfish. The thought seemed to haunt my mind. So, I moved before I could stop myself. I reached forward and softly grasped her wrist. Master." Elaine stammered, turning around, her expression filled with confusion. What was I doing? I sighed inwardly. Her green jewel-like eyes locked onto mine, glimmering with something I couldn't quite describe. There was hesitation, uncertainty, but also a faint hint of anticipation. Her brows furrowed slightly as a few loose strands of her silky blonde hair slipped onto her forehead, falling just above her lashes. She looked stunning. The soft glow of the arena's lights highlighted her delicate features, casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes. Her lips, pale pink, slightly parted in surprise, looked impossibly soft. Tempting. I felt my heartbeat slow for a moment. And then, whoop. With a quick movement, I pulled her toward me. Ah. Her small gasp filled the air as I stepped back slightly, twisting my body just enough to catch her off balance. And then, I caught her. My arm wrapped securely around her waist, holding her close. She barely had time to react before I tilted my head downward and closed the distance. A soft, fleeting kiss. The warmth of her lips barely lingered before I slowly pulled away. Elaine's eyes widened, her breath catching as her fingers trembled slightly against my chest. I smiled. "I'll see you later." And without waiting for a response, I turned and stepped into the right passage. In an instant, whoosh, I was teleported away, leaving Elaine standing there, speechless. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen." The announcer's energetic voice boomed across the massive arena, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. "And welcome to the first event of today's snow festival, Mana Fotbtll. Yeehaw!" The crowd erupted in excitement, their cheers echoing through the air. Most of the loudest shouts came from the boys, hyped up beyond reason. The announcer grinned. "Now, for those of you who are new, let me explain the rules. It's simple." He cleared his throat before continuing. "The game is just like regular football, but with magic. Players can use mana or aura to boost their speed, strengthen their kicks, and defend their goal. However, flying magic and long-range spells are not allowed. Only body enhancement magic is permitted due to the injuries from previous games. The first team to score 5 goals wins. And remember, no direct attacks on other players. If you injure someone on purpose, you're out." The crowd buzzed with excitement as they processed the rules. Now, it's time to announce the teams. The announcer's voice grew even louder. A total of 150 students have signed up, which means we have the perfect setup for a 75 versus 75 match. Woohoo! The crowd roared once again. And then, a figure suddenly soared into the sky. Whoosh! The moment the students and spectators saw who it was, they all reacted at once. Headmistress! Their voices rang out in admiration. High above, Eleonora floated effortlessly in the air, gazing down at the field with a small smile on her lips. Then, with a single graceful motion, whoop! The entire arena transformed. The flat, open space rippled as if reality itself was shifting. In the blink of an eye, an enormous football field materialized in the center of the arena. It was no ordinary field. It was massive, at least 5 times the size of a regular one. The crowd gasped in awe. Eleonora lowered her hand, satisfied with the transformation. "Now that the field is ready," the announcer continued, his voice filled with excitement. "All 150 players will now be teleported to a random team and given a random position. FWIP. FWIP. One by one, students began appearing on the massive field, their expressions ranging from excited to nervous. The atmosphere grew tense as the announcer gave his final instructions. "All right, players. The match will begin as soon as the whistle blows. Remember, if you hurt another player, you'll be disqualified. So play fair and give it your all. With that, the announcer took a deep breath. Then,
Fui eat.
the sharp sound of the whistle echoed through the massive arena. In an instant, the game had begun. On the right side stood the white team and on the left side stood the gold team.
Fwip.
The mana-enhanced ball shot into the air from the center of the field, glowing faintly with magic. Players from both teams immediately rushed forward, their bodies surging with mana as the match kicked off at a blistering pace.
Boom.
Lucas was the first to react. His golden hair shimmered under the arena lights as he blasted forward, his legs glowing with golden mana. He leaped into the air with one smooth motion, his foot slamming into the ball with immense force.
Whoosh.
The ball shot through the air like a cannonball, heading straight toward white team's side.
Already?
Stretching himself slightly, Estrella, who had been positioned as one of the defenders, focused his eyes on the ball. The impact of Lucas's kick alone was enough to send weaker players tumbling. Estrella braced himself slightly. He could hear the footsteps of his teammates shifting into position.
Left. He called out sharply.
But as he looked at the teammates around him, he noticed their hateful gazes, and amongst them, there was Telmo.
Ella's simp.
And of course, instead of moving left, Telmo charged forward on his own, his blue mana flaring around him.
TSK. Estrella clicked his tongue.
Fucking idiot. Lucas's shot was coming in fast, and with Telmo out of position, the left flank was completely exposed.
Estrella had no choice. Whoosh.
With a burst of icy mana, he dashed left, snow kicking up beneath his feet. The ball was seconds away from breaking through. Estrella didn't hesitate. His right leg swung forward, intercepting the ball with an ice-infused kick.
Bang.
The ball shuddered mid-air, the impact sending a shockwave through the field. For a split second, the ball hung between Estrella and Lucas's energy, a battle of strength.
Then, boom.
The ball rebounded toward the midfield and redirected away from the goal. The crowd erupted.
Huhuea.
Estrella landed smoothly, his breath visible in the cold air.
But before he could relax, bam.
A streak of red mana flashed past him.
TCH.
You got lucky, Estrella.
Prince Leon.
His golden eyes burned with hostility as he sprinted toward the ball, his movements sharp and aggressive. His golden jersey fluttered as his mana pulsed dangerously around him. I won't let you get past me.
Leon smirked. Ha.
Estrella scoffed slightly. You still haven't learned anything, did you?
Whoosh.
Ignoring Estrella's words, Leon exploded forward, his red mana surging around him like crackling fire. His foot met the ball in an instant, sending it racing down the field like a comet. Estrella didn't hesitate. With a sharp exhale, he sprinted alongside Leon, his ice mana swirling around his feet. His eyes locked onto the ball. It was still bouncing, meaning he had a chance to intercept it before Leon could set up a clean shot.
FWIP.
Estrella's body tilted to the side as he lunged forward, his right foot stretching out to block the ball.
Bam.
Leon saw it coming. He twisted his body mid-run, his knee coming up in a sharp feint before pushing the ball right with the outside of his foot.
Damn it.
Estrella barely stopped himself from overcommitting, his boots skidding against the icy field.
Leon was quite fast.
The crowd roared as Leon's dazzling footwork sent the ball closer to the white team's goal.
Go, Leon.
Break through. Estrella had no time to think.
Whoosh.
Instead of chasing after Leon directly, he sidestepped, cutting off the most direct route to the goal. If Leon wanted to advance, he'd have to face him head-on.
Leon grinned.
You think you can stop me, huh? Try me. Estrella's voice was cold. Leon accepted the challenge.
Boom.
Mana exploded from his body as he kicked the ball forward, sending it straight toward Estrella.
No. It was a feint.
At the last second, Leon dashed left, his body flickering like a mirage. Estrella's eyes sharpened slightly. He infused mana into his eyes. After all, this was also some kind of body enhancement. And if he couldn't use his judgment eye because it was a skill, he could still use this kind of mana vision. Everything slowed down for a moment. Estrella saw it, the tiny shift in Leon's balance, the subtle bend in his knees.
He wasn't shooting.
He was planning to break past him. Too slow, little Leon.
Estrella moved first. Whoosh.
The moment Leon attempted to cut past him, Estrella's right foot swung forward, tapping the ball just enough to make it roll away from Leon's reach.
What?
Leon's movement was interrupted. Estrella didn't waste a second. With a flick of his ankle, He flicked the ball upward, then spun his body. Boom. He launched a long-range pass across the field. Ha! Elaine, watching from the spectator stands, gasped. Estria's pass was perfect. The ball soared over the heads of several Gold Team players, cutting across the sky like a frozen meteor. On the other side of the field, a White Team forward jumped up, his mana blazing around him. Bam! He intercepted the pass with a powerful header, redirecting it toward the Gold Team's goal. Counterattack. The crowd erupted. The White Team's forward, a bulky third-year named Grant, sprinted at full speed, his mana flaring around his legs. His eyes burned with determination. This was a chance to score. But then, bang! A golden blur rushed forward. Lucas, the hero of light. Not so fast. His voice rang with confidence as he launched himself forward, his entire body glowing with golden mana. The moment the ball bounced off the ground. Boom! Lucas intercepted it with a precise kick, stopping its momentum in an instant. Damn it! Grant cursed, trying to close the distance. But Lucas was already moving. His movements were smooth, too smooth. He was like a professional, dribbling the ball effortlessly as if he were born for this game. Hero Lucas takes the ball. Look at that flawless control. The crowd roared. Go Lucas! Show them why you're the hero. Whoosh! Lucas sped forward, weaving past two defenders in an instant. His golden mana made it almost impossible to see his feet. And now, he was directly heading towards Estria. Ah really? Seeing the opportunity, Estria dashed forward. Boom! Lucas grinned upon seeing him. You're in my way, Estria. The moment Estria lunged at him, Lucas faked left. A feint. Estria didn't fall for it. Too obvious. Lucas tried to cut right, but Estria was already there. What? Estria's foot shot out, blocking Lucas's dribble and knocking the ball loose. The crowd gasped. Estria blocked him? Lucas clicked his tongue. Not bad. But he wasn't done. In one fluid motion, he spun his body, his golden mana surging as he tried to pass the ball to one of his teammates. Bang! Estria kicked it away first. The ball flew across the field again, heading toward the White Team strikers. Another counterattack. The stadium shook with excitement. The ball soared high into the sky, spinning rapidly as it arched toward the White Team's forward. I got it. A tall, muscular student from the White Team, Derek, jumped up, his body twisting mid-air. His eyes locked onto the ball as he prepared to smash it toward the goal. But then, bam! A powerful force crashed into him. G.H. He was blasted backward, tumbling across the field as the ball was stolen mid-air by a single figure. A golden-haired young man landed gracefully, the ball at his feet. Prince Leon. His sharp golden eyes burned with arrogance, and his lips curled in a smirk. Weak. The crowd exploded with cheers. Prince Leon. Show them who the real king is. Leon flicked his hair back, his red aura shimmering in the cold air. He turned his gaze toward Estria, who was very far from his. And his smirk widened. What's wrong, peasant? Estria's eye twitched. Whoop. In just a matter of seconds, Leon slowly reached Estria, passing through the many White Team's players with ease. Then, he kicked the ball forward, so he could get a huge rundown. But Estria was faster. Boom. The two collided. Estria's foot slammed against the ball, stopping it. Damn it. Leon clicked his tongue. Annoying. Estria didn't respond. He just pressed forward. Ha! Leon sent a burst of mana into his legs, increasing his speed. He flicked the ball left. Estria followed. He flicked right. Estria still followed. Damn you! Leon gritted his teeth. With a snarl, he twisted his body, aiming for a powerful shot. But Estria saw through it. Whoosh! Just as Leon's foot connected with the ball, Estria's own foot intercepted it mid-kick. What? Crack! A thin layer of ice suddenly spread from Estria's foot, covering the ground beneath Leon. TCH. Leon's balance wavered. No you don't. Leon pushed off the ice, trying to recover. But it was too late. Estria kicked the ball away, launching it toward the White Team's forwards. The crowd erupted. He did it again. Leon staggered backward, his face red with anger. His eyes burned with rage as he glared at Estria. You! Damn! Peasant! Estria smirked. Try harder next time, Prince. Leon's mana flared. Immediately, he turned on his heel and rushed towards the ball once again. The ball rocketed across the massive field, streaking like a comet toward the white team's forwards. The entire crowd was on the edge of their seats, their excited roars blending into the icy air.
Go! Go! But behind them,
Leon was seething. His fists clenched, veins bulging in his arms. His red aura flared, flickering like wildfire as he glared at Estria.
This damn peasant. Not once. Not twice. But 3 times.
3 times Estria had humiliated him in front of thousands.
And now?
It was happening again. Leon, focus. Lucas, appearing right beside him, warned him.
Leon gritted his teeth. Shut up. Lucas frowned at him. The match isn't over. The white team is pushing forward.
If we let our guard down. I said shut up. Leon's aura flared violently. A crackle of red mana surged from his body, briefly distorting the air around him.
Lucas's expression hardened. Leon.
His tone was colder now. Don't let your emotions control you. Leon let out a slow breath. His eyes flickered toward Estria. His greatest rival. His greatest humiliation. Then toward Lucas. The one person he refused to lose against.
A moment of silence passed. Then,
Leon let out a slow chuckle.
A twisted, bitter one. Fine.
He rolled his shoulders, stretching his neck. His mana slowly settled. But his eyes still burned.
Let's crush them.
Lucas nodded, and both of them rushed towards the ball.
Bam!
Estria dashed forward, his silver hair flowing behind him as he raced toward the ball. His teammate, Lance, had just barely managed to stop a gold team defender from stealing it.
But now,
Lucas was approaching.
Fast. Pass it.
Lance didn't hesitate. With a swift kick, he sent the ball flying toward Estria.
And at the same time, whoosh!
A gust of golden mana surged. Lucas closed the distance in an instant. His foot collided with Estria's mid-air.
Boom!
A shockwave exploded from the impact. The ball wobbled, thrown slightly off course. Estria gritted his teeth, pushing harder. But Lucas pushed back. Their eyes locked. For a brief moment, it was like the entire field disappeared. Nothing else mattered.
Just them. A dead extra. A protagonist. Bam!
Lucas twisted his foot, forcing Estria backward. The ball rolled between them.
A split second later, both of them charged. Their movements were a blur.
Kicks, feints, rapid turns, each trying to outmaneuver the other. The crowd held their breath.
Then, whoosh!
Lucas faked left. Estria reacted. And at that exact moment, Lucas spun to the right, his foot slamming into the ball. The ball shot toward the white team's goal. It was a direct hit.
Foop!
The ball shot through the air, spinning like a bullet toward the white team's goal. The entire stadium tensed, eyes locked onto the blazing golden streak. Lucas's kick wasn't just powerful, it was perfectly aimed. It was heading straight for the upper left corner, a nearly impossible spot to block.
The white team's goalkeeper, Rex, moved. But it was too fast. Too strong. Too FWIP.
A blur of silver suddenly rushed in.
Estria.
The moment Lucas kicked the ball, Estria had already moved. His body reacted before his mind did. Before he even realized it. He was flying toward the ball. His legs bent, arms tensed, and with a single desperate movement. Bam! His foot connected. The impact rattled his entire leg, but the ball changed direction. The crowd exploded. He blocked it. The ball went spinning toward the ground, bouncing wildly before rolling back onto the field. Lucas's eyes widened. That was possible? But there was no time to think as Telmo was the first to reach the ball.
He clicked his tongue.
Of course, it had to be Estria who stopped that shot.
But whatever. There was no time to waste.
With a sharp kick, Telmo sent the ball soaring down the field. And Rael, one of the forwards, dashed forward to meet it.
But, boom!
Another explosion of mana.
Leon.
He wasn't letting them pass. His red aura flared, and in an instant, he intercepted the ball. The white team's momentum shattered.
Leon smirked. Pathetic.
He controlled the ball effortlessly, dodging a sliding tackle from one of the white team's midfielders. Then, he kicked it straight up into the air. Lucas was already moving.
The plan was clear.
He would dribble through Estria, and pass the ball to Lucas.
And then, he would score. All to defeat Estria.
At this moment, Leon's smirk grew as he saw Estria approaching.
Finally,
Took you long enough. Estrella ignored him. His focus was on the ball. The ball descended fast, spinning with the weight of the game's momentum. Leon was already in position, his red aura flaring as he pushed off the ground.
Whoosh!
A burst of wind and mana surged as he leaped into the air, his foot rising to meet the ball before Estrella could even reach it.
Too slow. No. Not yet. He didn't hesitate.
With an explosive step, he launched himself upward, slicing through the air like a silver comet.
Boom!
Their legs clashed midair, sending out a shockwave that rippled through the field. The crowd erupted. Estrella and Leon are fighting for the ball in midair, the announcer roared. Leon gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed as he pushed harder, trying to overpower Estrella.
Give up.
His voice was low-cold. But Estrella wasn't backing down. Instead of pushing back, he did something unexpected. He twisted his body, letting Leon's force carry him just past the ball.
And then, thwack!
With the inside of his foot, Estrella redirected the ball toward the ground. Leon's eyes widened.
What?
The ball slammed into the grass below, bouncing away from Lucas's reach where he would receive the pass. Estrella landed with a roll, already sprinting after it. Lucas, seeing how the plan failed, cursed and took off after him.
Whoop!
The ball was just ahead. Lucas reached out, ready to steal it away. But Estrella flicked it sideways at the last second.
Lucas missed. He growled. Estrella didn't stop.
With quick, precise touches, he controlled the ball, weaving through the defense like a shadow. One defender came from the left. Estrella sidestepped. Another lunged from the right. He faked a pass and kept going towards the goalkeeper.
Boom!
The intensity of the mana enveloping him increased. His eyes narrowed as the goal approached. The defenders were closing in, but he couldn't afford to slow down. Ahead of him, 10 defenders from the gold team formed an impenetrable line. The gap between them was almost non-existent. And from his right side, Lucas and Leon positioned themselves, their eyes burning with intent as they ran after him. The forwards were too far away, giving him no option but to face the wave of defenders alone.
Thud!
Estrella's foot hit the ball with precision, sending it rolling forward.
I can't stop now, he mumbled to himself.
From the left, a huge defender lunged, his boots pounding the turf, aiming to block the ball. Estrella's reaction was instant. He dodged to the right in a fluid motion, spinning just enough to make the defender miss by a hair's width.
Whoosh!
The first tackle flew past him. But there was no time to rest. Another defender from the right side charged, aiming for his legs. Estrella read it instantly. With a sharp feint, he shifted his body forward, twisting away from the attack and leaving the defender stumbling to the ground.
Thud! He was free for a moment.
But not for long. 2 more defenders came at him, one from the front and one from the side. Clutching the ball tightly, Estrella pivoted quickly, dribbling it backwards to keep the ball just out of their reach. The defenders slid toward him, sweeping the ground, but they only caught air. Whoosh! Estrella rolled the ball with the inside of his foot, sending it between their legs. He twisted his body, sidestepping the first defender before he dribbled past the second. Just a bit more. He could already feel the sweat forming on his forehead. However, just as Estrella thought he had found a clear path to the goal, Lucas was already closing in. His golden mana surged upwards, as he rushed toward Estrella from the left. Estrella's breath quickened. The space between them shrank in an instant.
Whoosh!
Lucas's foot shot out like a whip, aiming for Estrella's ball. But Estrella was faster, shifting the ball forward just as Lucas's foot swung past him. With a smirk, Estrella dodged Lucas's strike, his foot still controlling the ball like a master. You'll have to do better than that, Estrella muttered under his breath, weaving around Lucas's now stumbling form. Thwack! Lucas growled in frustration, but Estrella was already past him, pushing forward.
Boom!
Leon, with his red aura, appeared like a flash of fire. His eyes narrowed, and his body exploded into motion. He was already in position, just ahead of the goal.
But Estrella didn't flinch. Instead, he looked at the ball. Not yet.
The defenders were still coming. He dribbled the ball forward, his foot lightly tapping the ball to keep it close. But the gold team defenders were relentless. A defender from the right lunged at him, aiming for a brutal slide tackle.
Sharp!
Estrella flicked the ball with a quick flick of his foot to the left, dodging the tackle at the last second. The defender's momentum carried him to the ground, but Estrella was still on his feet, pushing forward.
Damn it!
The defender cursed, getting up as fast as possible. However, the time that the defender gathered was enough for both Lucas and Leon to get back into a defensive position. They closed in as Lucas surged forward, almost out of nowhere. His body shifted into an all-out sprint.
Fuck.
Just a bit more. Estrella, with the ball under his control, was running out of options. The goal was still a few steps away, but Lucas was closing in fast.
Thud.
Estrella pushed the ball hard toward the goal. He glanced to his side. Leon was coming at him, eyes full of contempt. He had only one chance. With a burst of energy, Estrella twisted his body, slipping past Lucas. But Leon was still there.
Whoosh.
Estrella pushed the ball in front of him, his foot in perfect synchronization with his movements. Then he flung himself toward the ball, his foot lashing out with a thundering force. It was a full-bodied, unrelenting kick.
Bam.
The ball rocketed toward the goal, but Leon wasn't going to let it happen.
Whoosh. He jumped.
In the air, he reached for the ball, his hands outstretched like a predator about to claim its prey, to the point of committing a game foul.
But Estrella wasn't finished.
In mid-kick, Estrella twisted his body, pulling off an incredible spin move that propelled the ball past Leon's outstretched hands. No longer aiming for the center of the goal, Estrella sent it with a sharp curve to the left corner, a place that almost no one could reach. The goalkeeper, a hulking figure cloaked in gold, shifted his weight and raised his hands. The ball swerved slightly in midair, the manner-enforced energy making it unpredictable, but the goalkeeper was ready. He leaped forward, his arms outstretched, aiming to block the ball at the last second.
Thwom.
A loud, sickening smack echoed across the arena. The crowd gasped in shock as the goalkeeper missed. The ball soared like a flying arrow, passing through the goalkeeper and slamming into the net just as Leon landed with a defeated grunt.
Thwack. Whoosh. And soon after, ghoul.
The announcer screamed into the mic. The whole stadium exploded into loud cheers.
Ah.
Estrella exhaled in relief.
It got in.
As the game wore on, the intensity only grew. The game score was 4-1. The white team was winning by 3 points, all of them being scored by Estrella himself, even though he was one of the defenders. And now, he had another opportunity to score, as the ball flew away from the rebound of hitting the manner-enhanced crossbar.
Ak fu.
Estrella's legs were starting to feel like lead, his breath ragged, but he wasn't about to give up now.
This is it.
Just one more. He gripped the ball as it came to him, scanning the field.
There was an opening. Go.
With a powerful kick, he sent the ball flying.
But this time. Thwack.
The sound was crisp, and as the ball hurtled toward the goal, Estrella couldn't help but hold his breath.
Come on.
He watched as the goalkeeper dove, but this time, the ball slipped past him.
The goal was open. The ball rolled in. Ghoul.
The announcer's voice boomed through the speakers, a sharp whistle cutting through the air, making everyone's hearts race.
H-A-A-A.
Estrella collapsed onto the grass, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps. His legs trembled beneath him, as the weight of the game finally caught to his body. The field was a blur around him, but he couldn't quite process it yet. Everything hurt, but he had done it. Before he could even sit up, a wave of teammates surrounded him, lifting him off the ground in a massive pile of sweaty bodies.
Ah!
Estrella barely had time to react as a mountain of students slammed into him from all sides.
We won.
Someone shouted, a voice barely audible over the roar of the group.
Yeah.
All because of Estrella. Another teammate hollered, practically bouncing with joy. Laughter, high fives, and wild celebration filled the air. It was pure, unfiltered joy. But the excitement wasn't just coming from the players. Even the crowd was shouting. Moonlight Swordsman. Moonlight Swordsman. Moonlight Swordsman. On the other side, Leon grunted in frustration as he walked off. Lucas only wiped his sweat as he looked towards the sky. He also seemed a bit frustrated at their loss. As for Telmo, who was on Estrella's team, he scoffed and turned around as he saw his team celebrating.
H-A-A-A.
Stepping off the field, Estrella exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of exhaustion settling in. His entire body ached, his muscles sore from the intense match. Without wasting time, he quickly cast a few clean spells over himself, getting rid of the sweat and dirt clinging to his skin. A refreshing chill washed over him, making him feel at least a little lighter. Now cleaned up, he looked around, scanning the area for the teleporter that would take him out of the stadium. As he walked toward it, he pulled out his phone, unlocking it with a quick swipe. His eyes looked at the screen, searching through his schedule for the day. It took a moment to find his name, but once he did.
2 more events.
Mana volleyball and weight throw.
Great.
And as for tomorrow, the final day of the snow festival. He had two of the main events left: Mana Circles and Snowy Love. Normally, the Snow Festival would last around 2 weeks, but due to the whole Archdemon incident, the schedule had been drastically cut short. Not that anyone had really complained. The chaos from that fight still remained in the students' minds. And the headmistress? She conveniently returned only after the academy was fully repaired.
How nice. Quite the coincidence, huh? Beep.
The teleport gate hummed as it powered up, casting a soft blue glow around him. A second later, he stepped through, leaving the giant arena behind.
Master. Papa.
A voice and a soft whisper immediately called out to him, making Estria turn his head. There, waving at him, were Elaine and Chiron. Without hesitation, he walked toward them, a small smile appearing on his face. When he reached them, he gently cupped Chiron's cheek, his thumb brushing over her soft skin. She blinked up at him, her expression warm but shy. Then he turned to Elaine, giving her a small, tired smile. But before he could say anything, "You played really well, Master." Elaine's voice was bright, full of excitement. Right after her, Chiron spoke as well. You were incredible, Papa." Her voice was quiet, but the adoration in her tone was easily noticeable. Estria felt his chest tighten slightly. He could already feel Lumi wanting to come out, itching to play with Chiron.
But he couldn't let her, not in public.
Not where anyone could see her. But putting that aside, he smiled at their compliments. "Papa, do you still have any more activities?" Tugging his sleeves, Chiron looked Estria in the eyes and asked softly. Like he had mentioned before, she had a perfectly average appearance. But Estria didn't know if it was because he was starting to see her as his daughter, but he felt like she was the cutest being in the entire world. "Unfortunately, yeah," he admitted, brushing through her hair with slow movements. "So I'll have to leave you with Elaine for a bit." Chiron's eyes flickered with something, disappointment maybe, but she nodded slowly.
Okay.
A faint blush colored her cheeks as she leaned slightly into his touch. Estria felt a strange warmth in his chest. She was too cute. It was hard to believe that this quiet, soft-spoken girl was one of the most dangerous assassins in the world.
For a brief moment, he almost forgot. Almost.
But the reality wasn't that kind. The organization that raised her wouldn't let her go that easily.
They'd come back. And when they did,
they would definitely die at Estria's hands.
Vrum.
His phone vibrated in his pocket. Pulling it out, he glanced at the screen. A new message. "Christina. I have the money ready. Meet me at the cathedral at 10 p.m. sharp." Estria stared at the text for a second. For some reason, a small shiver ran down his spine. Somehow, Christina's words, even through the phone, could make him shiver. Still, he quickly typed out a "sure" before slipping his phone back into his pocket. "Master, should we go to the cafeteria?" Elaine asked, tilting her head. Estria opened his mouth to agree. But then his eyes turned towards Chiron. For some reason, the idea of bringing her to the academy's cafeteria felt strange.
The stares. The whispers.
The inevitable questions.
Yeah, maybe not.
But before he could respond, Elaine suddenly clapped her hands.
"Oh.
I know a fantastic spot." Her green eyes lit up with excitement.
Ah.
Before Estria could even react, she grabbed his wrist and dragged him along, practically bouncing as she led the way. Chiron, caught off guard, let out a small leap, as Estria quickly took her hand, making sure she wasn't left behind. The three of them hurried through the campus, weaving past students and buildings, before finally arriving at
the last meal. Estria blinked.
The restaurant's exterior was simple, yet elegant. A cozy blend of warm lights and well-placed decor made it feel inviting. Elaine, clearly familiar with the place, quickly led them inside. The interior was just as nice, clean, quiet, and peaceful. Not many people were around, which suited Estria just fine. He exhaled softly. If the food's good, I'll come back." "Let's sit there." Elaine pointed to a small table by the window. Estria nodded, leading Chiron by the hand as they settled into their seats. He let out a small breath, relaxing for the first time since the game. Elaine, meanwhile, was already flipping through the menu, her green eyes scanning the options. "What do you want to eat, Chiron?" Estria asked, glancing at the small girl beside him. Chiron looked at him hesitantly.
I don't know."
Estria chuckled, reaching out and tapping her nose lightly. "Then I'll choose for you." Elaine observed the interaction in silence, her gaze softening just a little bit. There was something about the way Estria treated Chiron that felt different. He was always so terrifyingly calm with everything he did, but when it came to Chiron, his actions were purely instinctual, natural in a way she wasn't used to seeing from him. Estria waved at a nearby waiter, ordering 3 bowls of beef stew, fresh bread, and a small fruit parfait for dessert. When the food arrived, Chiron's eyes widened slightly at the steaming bowl in front of her. "Eat up," Estria said, placing a spoon in her small hands. Chiron took a careful bite, her expression instantly melting into delight. "It's good." Estria smiled. "Then eat as much as you want." As they ate, Elaine found herself watching the way Estria subtly spoiled Chiron. He tore small pieces of bread for her, refilled her water before she even asked, and occasionally brushed stray strands of hair from her face when they fell into her food. He didn't even seem to realize he was doing it. His focus was entirely on making sure Chiron was comfortable. Elaine rested her chin on her hand, staring at him with an unreadable expression. He's always been a little detached from people, but when it comes to her, he's so gentle. Chiron, unaware of Elaine's thoughts, continued eating happily. "Papa, the stew is really good." "I'm glad." Estria reached over and took a napkin, wiping the corner of her lips where a bit of broth had dripped. "Make sure to finish all of it." Elaine smirked. "You're spoiling her too much, master." Estria raised an eyebrow. "And?" Elaine opened her mouth to reply, but then stopped. She couldn't think of a reason why he shouldn't spoil her. "Damn it. I'm actually jealous of a kid." She sighed, shaking her head with an amused chuckle. "Nothing, nothing. Just keep going." After they finished their meal, Estria handed Chiron the small parfait. "For dessert." Chiron's eyes sparkled. "Really? Of course." He ruffled her hair. "You deserve a little treat." Elaine rolled her eyes, but the fond smile never left her face. Hopeless. Completely hopeless. After lunch, Estria made his way to the Mana volleyball arena. The stadium was packed with students, the air buzzing with excitement. His chosen team was already waiting, stretching, and preparing for the match. "You're finally here," one of his teammates said. "You ready?" Estria rolled his shoulders. "Yeah. Let's just get this over with. I still have the weight throw activity after this." The match started, and immediately, Estria dominated. The moment the ball was served, he moved like lightning, setting up perfect shots and sending powerful spikes that left the opposing team scrambling. The audience gasped every time he jumped. His agility made it look effortless. "He's literally flying. Didn't the field have 10 times the pressure of the normal gravity?" Someone shouted from the crowd. In the final set, with the score nearly tied, Estria leaped into the air, his eyes locking onto the ball as he charged Mana into his hand. With one devastating strike, he sent the ball crashing into the opponent's side with an explosion of force. The opponents didn't even notice when the ball had hit the ground. "Game over," the announcer screamed. "The white team wins." The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting his name once again. Next was weight throw. The event was simple: throw the enchanted iron sphere as far as possible. The best distance so far was 97 meters. Estria stepped up, gripping the heavy sphere in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung his arm back, gathering mana into his muscles, and hurled it forward. The ball soared through the air, higher, farther, before finally crashing down at 177 meters. Silence. Then, "What the hell? That's almost double the record." Estria sighed, rubbing his temples. "Too much." After he was done with the activities, Estria headed towards the cathedral. The cathedral stood tall in the quiet night, its massive structure looming over the snow-covered streets. The cold air bit at Estria's skin as he walked up the steps, his breath coming out in soft, white puffs. The grand wooden doors in front of him were carved with old symbols, their edges worn by time but still carrying a presence that made anyone think twice before stepping inside. For a moment, he just stood there, staring at them. Then, with a quiet sigh, he reached out and pushed. Creak. The heavy doors groaned as they opened, revealing the vast interior of the cathedral. A rush of warmth greeted him, the dim glow of countless candles dancing across the high stone walls. The smell of incense lingered in the air, soft, almost comforting. The place was silent. Except for her. There, beneath the statue of the goddess of light, Christina knelt in prayer. Her golden hair fell around her shoulders, glowing faintly under the candlelight. She was dressed in her usual refined saintess clothes, but something about her looked different. The usual sharpness in her posture was softer, her hands clasped together like she was holding onto something invisible. Estria didn't speak.
He just watched.
The flickering lights cast long shadows across the marble floor, and in that quiet space, he could hear the faintest sound of her breath, slow, steady.
Then, she opened her eyes.
The moment their gazes met, something shifted. Christina didn't move right away. She stayed there for a second like she was measuring something in the air between them. Then, with smooth, deliberate movements, she rose to her feet. The soft click of her heels echoed in the empty cathedral.
Estrella took a step forward.
Christina did the same. You finally arrived. Her words were unexpectedly soft for someone who had quite a sharp gaze. Seeing this, Estrella gulped inwardly. I just wanted my money back. Why does it seem like she wants to kill me? Crackle. The candlelight flickered, casting long, wavering shadows across the cold marble floor. The cathedral was quiet, so quiet that even the distant wind outside felt muffled. Christina stood there, her dim pink eyes locked onto Estrella's glowing red ones. Her hands, still clasped in front of her, tightened slightly. Her nails pressed into her palms, but her face remained composed.
Elegant. Serene, even. The money. Estrella went straight to the point. His voice was calm. Steady.
Like he wanted to be done with this quickly. Like he wanted to leave. Christina felt something snap. Her lips curled into a small smile. And to her smile, Estrella stiffened slightly.
Oh. Was he nervous? Good. She took a step forward.
The soft click of her heels echoed in the empty cathedral, each sound slow, deliberate. The warmth from the candles barely reached her, but it didn't matter. Her head tilted slightly, her golden hair sliding over her shoulder. My. She murmured, her voice light, teasing. She took another step.
Then another.
Estrella didn't move. His eyes stayed on her, glowing, unreadable. You finally arrived, she murmured, voice light, teasing, and the first thing you ask for is money?
Another step. Another.
She tilted her head, her golden hair sliding over her shoulder like liquid gold. A bit cold, don't you think? She watched as his expression twitched, just a flicker barely there.
Then, he sighed.
I do not have any reason to talk with you other than that. Besides, you said it yours.
Shhhh.
Christina raised a finger and placed it against his lips.
Estrella froze. His eyes widened, just a little. And inside she laughed.
For someone who used to treat the cathedral like a second home, she whispered in a soft voice, you're being quite the problem child. His eyebrows furrowed.
Well?
Aren't you happy? He asked suddenly. Christina raised an eyebrow. I mean, you were the one who wanted me to stop coming here with injuries from battle. Isn't this what you wanted?
Her breath caught.
Her fingers curled slightly.
Ha! How cute.
I did say that, she admitted, tilting her head slightly, because I care about you. But that doesn't mean you couldn't pay me a visit, no? Her voice softened, but it was edged with something sharp. It's been quite a while since you've come here. I even had to invite you myself, and the only reason you came was probably because of the money. She let out a quiet laugh.
Then, she turned around.
The candlelight cast her shadow long across the floor.
I guess.
Her voice was barely above a whisper. For you, I was simply a tool.
Estrella stiffened.
His mouth parted slightly. Christina, I nev. Someone you could ask for help, and I would do anything you wanted, right?
She turned back around.
Her dim pink eyes locked onto his glowing red ones. Then, a slow, bitter smile formed on her lips. A tool that could heal your constant injuries. Right?
Her voice cracked. Estrella's frown deepened.
Christina, I never saw you as a... Then what was I to you, Estrella?
Her voice rose. Louder. Sharper.
She took a step forward, her body trembling slightly. Estrella inhaled, his lips pressing together.
Christina. Then, suddenly, she punched him. It wasn't hard. Not enough to hurt.
But enough to make him feel it. Her small fists hit his chest again.
Then again. Then again.
Did you think of me as a tool? Her voice shook. Something that you could use any time you wanted? Estrella didn't stop her.
He just stood there, taking it.
Her shoulders shook. Her hands balled into fists. She lifted her gaze, her dim pink eyes shimmering with unshed tears. What about my feelings?
Silence.
Estrella exhaled slowly.
Then.
I never saw you that way, he said, voice lower, softer.
Christina stared at him.
Her chest rose and fell, breath shaky.
Then, she laughed. Soft. Bitter. Then why? She whispered.
Why do you keep running away from me?
Estrella looked at her. Silent. Then he looked away. And that
hurt more than anything. The cathedral was silent. Only the distant crackle of candlelight remained. Christina stared at him, her breath uneven. Her fists clenched by her sides, her nails digging into her palms. Why? Why wouldn't he look at her? Why wouldn't he face her? The lump in her throat tightened, her vision blurring for half a second.
Ha ha ha. Then she laughed. Soft. Sharp. Bitter.
There it is, she whispered, shaking her head. You always do this. Estrella's red eyes flickered toward her.
She didn't stop.
You always avoid things when they get too real. Her voice trembled slightly, but she forced herself to keep going.
You shut me out. You leave me behind.
And then, when you finally come back, you act like nothing happened.
She took a step forward. He didn't move.
Do you know what it's like? She asked sharply, to wait for you.
Her hands clenched tighter.
To pray, to beg for you to come back safe, while you're out there fighting, throwing yourself into battle like your life means nothing?
Estrella's jaw tightened. She saw it.
That tiny flicker in his eyes. But he still didn't say anything.
And that infuriated her.
Christina let out a sharp breath, her chest rising and falling rapidly. She wanted to hit him. She wanted to shake him. She wanted to scream.
But instead, she smiled.
And that was probably more terrifying than anything else. Tell me, Estrella, she said, voice slow, dangerous.
Estrella stiffened. What?
Christina tilted her head slightly, golden hair falling over her shoulder. Was she worth it?
Silence.
His expression didn't change. But oh, she saw the way his fingers curled slightly at his sides.
Good.
She took another step. That girl. His eyes darkened. The one who wouldn't stop touching you after the battle against the archdemon of pride. Estrella's entire body tensed. Christina's smile widened. Oh? Do you remember now? She whispered. Or should I remind you? She placed a delicate finger against her chin, pretending to think. What was her name again?
Ah, right.
She leaned in slightly. Senior Violet, am I right?
His expression hardened.
Christina let out a breathy laugh. She was quite bold, wasn't she? She mused, touching your arm. Clinging to you. Looking up at you with those big worried eyes. She made a mocking little gasp. Oh, Estrella, I'm so glad that you're okay. Estrella's eye twitched. He exhaled slowly, like he was trying to control his breathing.
Christina.
What? She interrupted, stepping even closer. They were too close now. Her pink eyes glowed softly in the dim light. His red ones burned like embers.
Are you nervous? She whispered.
Estrella's lips pressed together into a thin line.
Christina grinned. You should be.
He sighed, running a hand through his silver hair. It wasn't like that. Christina blinked slowly. Oh. She was just. Just what, Estrella?
He hesitated.
And that was all she needed. She was just there? Just standing next to you? Just touching you for no reason. She took another step, forcing him back slightly. Are you trying to tell me that she just happened to drape herself over you like some lost kitten? Estrella inhaled sharply, looking away again. Christina's expression darkened. There you go again.
Estrella blinked. Looking away.
Her voice was quiet now.
Hurt.
Always looking away. Estrella's shoulders tensed slightly. She hated that. She hated that he could fight demons, face death, stand on the battlefield without fear. And yet, he couldn't look at her.
Christina. Say it. Estrella froze.
Say it, Estrella. She stepped even closer. Tell me it meant nothing. His breath hitched. Her dim pink eyes glowed. Tell me she meant nothing to you.
Silence.
The flickering candlelight cast shadows across his face, making his expression unreadable. Then, finally, she meant nothing.
Christina's heart pounded.
But she didn't let it show. Instead, she let out a soft breath, tilting her head slightly.
Good. Estrella stiffened.
She smiled sweetly. Then, she leaned in, lips barely an inch from his ear. But just so we're clear. Her voice was barely a whisper now. If she tries it again.
A pause. A small, innocent smile.
I don't know what I'll do.
Estrella swallowed.
Christina pulled back slightly, studying his expression.
And oh, his expression?
That was beautiful. She took a step back, finally giving him space. Then, with a soft hum, she reached into her cleavage and pulled out a small pouch.
She tossed it toward him.
Estrella caught it without thinking. The weight of it was familiar, his money. That's all you came here for, right?
Her voice was light, almost playful. Estrella exhaled. He didn't say anything. He just looked at her.
Like he was trying to figure her out.
Like he couldn't. And honestly,
that was exactly how she wanted it. Getting out of the cathedral. Estrella sighed deeply. She really had to indirectly confess to me in the most insane way possible, he muttered under his breath. His eyebrows furrowed slightly. Honestly, he couldn't really refuse Christina's words. The hundreds of memories he had with Christina simply made him hesitant to do anything to actually hurt her. Although he did it unconsciously. And well, Christina. She was Estrella's first love. He didn't even realize when it happened, but he fell for her so easily. She probably knew that already. Back then he was a mess around her, awkward, unsure of what to do or say. He never made any moves, never tried to make things happen between them. He just wanted to savor every second he spent with her, like time with her was something to be cherished. He wasn't the type to fake an injury just to see her, but every little thing she did made him fall harder. The way she healed him with her kindness, the worry in her eyes when she noticed something was off with him. She had a way of making him feel like he was the only person that mattered. Everything about Christina felt perfect to him. But he could never admit it.
Not then. So, he avoided her.
Every time she made a move, he pretended not to notice.
He looked away.
Pretending not to understand what she was saying. It was easier that way, right? But now, he couldn't keep pretending anymore. Or neither he planned to. Christina's seed of love had already overflowed through the jealousy that she felt when she saw Violet hugging Estrella. If anything more goes on, Christina's emotions could be getting erratic. The kind that could really be dangerous. I mean, the way she expressed her emotions.
Estrella frowned.
From a normal guy's perspective, it might seem that it was simply jealousy. But Estrella knew. Christina really wanted to kill Violet. And she might even do it. And of course, the only reason she's so confident should be because of the holy nation behind her, the faction that protects her. For them, Christina is like a gift from God. Well. He ran a hand through his hair, a tired chuckle escaping his lips. It's not like I'm living a normal life. He looked up at the sky, his smile turning bitter. Besides, it's just another crazy woman, right? In the short time he'd been here, he had already met more than enough of them. Hello, dear contestants. A loud, cheerful voice echoed across the grand examination hall, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. The rules of the game Magic Circles are simple. First, a magic circle will appear on the small table in front of you. It'll stay there for exactly 15 seconds. Your job is to identify it, write down its name, attribute, and effect.
All right. Sounds easy enough.
If you figure it out before time runs out, there will be a small green button on your table. Press it, and a piece of paper will appear. That's where you'll write your answer. I glanced at the sleek little table before me. The surface was smooth, polished, almost glowing under the bright lights. The 64 fastest students who answer correctly will move on to the second phase.
64?
That means there'll be a huge elimination in the first round. And without further ado, let's begin.
Glow.
A bright red magic circle flared to life on my table. My eyes locked onto it immediately. Fire-type magic circle flame.
A basic one.
This was used to invoke flame, a first-level fire spell.
Too easy. Tap.
I hit the green button almost instantly.
And just after me. Tap, tap, tap.
Several other students followed, pressing their buttons in quick succession. A small parchment appeared before me. Without wasting a second, I wrote down.
Name, flame.
Attribute, fire. Effect, creates a small wisp of flames. The moment I finished, the paper vanished, and a green checkmark glowed on my table.
Perfect.
I leaned back slightly, watching as others scrambled to finish. None of them hesitated, staring at their circles, and immediately writing down the answer. It was going to be a question of speed for now. Beep. Time's up. The announcer's voice rang out. If a red X appears on your table, it means you failed. You'll be teleported to the spectators area.
A short pause.
And now, elimination.
Vroop.
In an instant, over 100 students vanished from the room. That was brutal. But expected. Now, on to the second phase. The announcer's voice carried a playful tone, as if he was enjoying watching students panic for a slight moment. For this round, you'll have 30 seconds instead of 15. But here's the twist. I narrowed my eyes. Now, the magic circles will be at second level. A small murmur spread through the remaining students. Still nothing too difficult. It should still be easy for most of you, so. The announcer chuckled. Fasten up those hands. Glow. Another magic circle flashed onto my table. Modified wind-type magic circle, Gale Shot. This one was slightly more complex than the first round, but nothing difficult. It created a concentrated blast of wind, strong enough to push enemies back. Tap. I pressed the green button without hesitation. Just like before, a parchment appeared, and I quickly jotted down the answer. Name, Gale Shot. Attribute, Wind. Effect, creates a burst of wind, pushing enemies back. The modified version of the spell, Wind Pushed. The parchment disappeared. Green checkmark. Done. I glanced to my side, watching how others were handling it. Some students pressed their buttons quickly, while others hesitated, frowning as they analyzed the symbols. I could understand them, since there were multiple alternatives to the Gale Shot, just like the original version of this modified spell, Wind Push. 30 seconds passed quickly. Beep. Time's up. The announcer let out a laugh. And now, elimination. Vroop. Half of the remaining students vanished. I didn't even blink. At this rate, by the next phase, we'd be down to 16 people. Now then. The announcer's voice carried an excited tone. For the third phase, you'll have 1 full minute. But now, the magic circles will be at third level. A murmur ran through the remaining students. That was where things would start getting tricky. But still, it wasn't that difficult yet. Glow. A new magic circle appeared printed on my table. Earth-type magic circle, Tremor Step. A movement-based magic circle. If used properly, it could create small quakes beneath the user's feet, disrupting an enemy's balance. Tap. I pressed the green button again, writing down my answer. Name, Tremor Step. Attribute, Earth. Effect, creates localized tremors beneath the user's feet. Green checkmark. Simple. I finished early, so I leaned back, watching others. Some people struggled, their eyes darting across the glowing symbols, trying to recall what the magic did. Others pressed their buttons with confidence, finishing quickly. Beep. Time's up. The announcer declared. Now, let's thin the herd again. Vroop. Another half of the students disappeared. Now, only 16 people remained. And with that, everything changed. Fwhip. My eyes. A strange light filled the room. Before I could react, my vision warped. Then, whoosh. I landed on solid ground. But this wasn't the same place. Instead of the massive hall with countless tables, we were now in a smaller, enclosed space. The tables were smaller, closer together. And the air felt different. I blinked. Then, I noticed something. On my right, Rose. On my left, Violet. They noticed me at the same time. For a second, none of us spoke. Their eyes widened. Rose, as quiet as ever, seemed hesitant, shifting slightly as if she didn't know whether to greet me or not. Meanwhile, Violet. A smirk slowly crept onto her lips. Well, well, well. She hummed, turning toward me. If it isn't our dear Estria. What a coincidence. I let out a small sigh. Not this again. Didn't think I'd see you two here. Violet leaned in slightly, resting her elbow on the table. You say that, but aren't you the most surprising one here? She tilted her head. I mean, I knew Rose would choose this activity, but you? Aren't you the ace of sports? You were literally the one who helped me put my activities to paper. I glanced at Rose. Is it because of her? She was avoiding my gaze slightly, but I could tell she was listening closely. Nevertheless, I decided to comply with her words. This is an activity that is not that hard for me. Violet chuckled. Right. Not that hard, he says, she mocked playfully. Then, her eyes glinted mischievously. Say, Estria, since we have a bit of time. Mind explaining what that little display was earlier? I frowned. What are you talking about? Oh, you know, she waved a hand dramatically. During the fight against the Archdemon of Pride. Her smirk widened. I couldn't help but notice a certain someone getting all buddy-buddy with a certain girl. I stared at her. She smiled wider.
Or should I say?
She paused, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. A girl who even had the audacity to hug you.
I blinked.
Then, the realization hit me. She was talking about herself. I sighed, furrowing my eyebrows. She can be really annoying. And at my expression, Violet grinned. Oh, so you do remember. She giggled, resting her chin on her hands. Come on, Estrella, you don't actually think I'd forget something like that, do you?
It was after a battle, I muttered. Violet gasped.
Oh no, don't tell me. Her voice turned exaggerated. You weren't moved by my embrace at all?
I rubbed my temple.
Rose, on the other hand, looked
uncomfortable.
She wasn't saying anything, but her posture was stiff. Violet, noticing this, smirked slightly.
Oh? What's this? She glanced between us.
Rose, you've been awfully quiet. Rose flinched slightly.
It's nothing, she mumbled.
Violet, of course, wasn't letting go.
Ah, don't be shy.
I mean, you saw it too, right? She turned back to me. Honestly, Estrella, I never pegged you as the type to let a girl cling to you like that.
I sighed.
Violet.
Yes, dear. Shut up. She laughed.
But before she could tease me further,
glow.
The next magic circle appeared. Violet straightened immediately, all jokes disappearing. Rose did the same, focusing her gaze on the table. I turned my attention back to my own magic circle. Water-type magic circle, Aquabind. And instantly, I recognized it. Even I was surprised. What kind of motivation did my predecessor have to study so many magic circles? This was a spell that formed whip-like tendrils of water, wrapping around a target to restrain them. Not particularly strong, but annoying if used correctly.
Tap. I pressed the green button. The parchment appeared. Name, Aquabind. Attribute, water.
Effect, creates water tendrils that bind the opponent. The moment I finished writing, the paper vanished, and a familiar green checkmark appeared on my table.
Done.
I leaned back slightly, observing my surroundings. Across from me, some students were struggling. One boy was sweating bullets, his hands shaking as he scribbled his answer. Another girl bit her lip, hesitating before pressing the green button. And beside me, Violet and Rose were working at their own pace. Violet, of course, finished quickly.
Tap.
Her smirk barely wavered as she wrote her answer. Meanwhile, Rose was slightly slower, but just as focused. She pressed her button a second later and carefully wrote her response.
Then, beep. Time's up, the announcer called.
I straightened slightly, waiting for the next wave of eliminations. Now, let's trim the numbers once more.
Vroop.
Another half of the students vanished. I exhaled quietly. Only 8 of us remained. A glance to my sides. Violet was still here. Rose was still here. The competition was getting serious now. The air felt heavier. But before I could fully process the situation, Violet let out a soft chuckle. I turned my head slightly. She was grinning again. Not bad, Estrella, she mused, twirling a strand of her purple hair between her fingers. I thought maybe you'd start slipping by now. I gave her a flat look. I could say the same to you.
She laughed. Oh?
Are you admitting that you're impressed by me? That's not what I said. But that's what you meant. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I turned to Rose. She had been quiet for a while now. Her red eyes were focused downward like she was deep in thought. Something wrong?
I asked.
She blinked startled, before shaking her head.
No, I just... She hesitated.
I didn't expect to see you here.
Violet hummed. Oh?
So it's not just me who's surprised. Rose shot her a look but didn't say anything. Violet just grinned. Estrella, be honest, she leaned in slightly, lowering her voice. You didn't expect us to be here either, did you?
I exhaled.
Not really, I admitted.
Violet laughed. Ha! See, Rose?
He thought we'd fail. Rose sighed, rubbing her temples. That's not what he said. Violet waved a hand dismissively. Details, details. I shook my head. Before she could say anything else. Glow. The next magic circle started to appear. And just like that,
the teasing stopped.
At this point, the competition was cutthroat. We only had 4 people left. And the time limit had doubled again.
2 minutes.
That meant one thing. These magic circles were about to get difficult. Glow. The magic circle on my table flashed. Dark-type magic circle, Shadow Lock. A high-tier binding spell that used shadows to immobilize the target's movement.
I didn't hesitate. Tap. Green button. The parchment appeared. Name, Shadow Lock. Attribute, Darkness.
Effect, uses shadows to bind and immobilize a target. The second I finished writing.
Green checkmark. Done.
I exhaled softly, shifting my gaze. Violet had already finished.
Smirking, confident.
Rose was still writing. Focused, careful. Across from me, the last remaining student was struggling. His face was tense, fingers shaking slightly. His hesitation was costing him time.
Beep.
Time's up. The moment we heard that,
Vroop. The last student vanished. Huh?
Weren't 2 students supposed to disappear? Ha, I see that you're all surprised. But now, the rules have changed since the spells have reached the 7th level. You only have to get the magic circle right, and you'll pass. The students who get their answer wrong will be eliminated, and that will continue until only 1 student is remaining. But if, for example, in the final round, 2 students get the answer wrong, both will be considered as winners.
So.
The announcer's voice rang out, excitement clear. For this round, you'll have 4 minutes, but the magic circles will be at the 7th level. He repeated his words excitedly. A few gasps from the audience. These were quite difficult circles since they had a lot more details, and just a different line could form another spell. And neither of the 2 beside me actually had knowledge about them. Maybe Violet had some, but Rose probably did not. Even my predecessor only knew a few 7th level magics in theory, and I only manifested one through the knowledge that I gained from his constant studies. So, good luck.
The announced shouted.
And at the same time, a light appeared on my table. The magic circle that appeared right before me was quite exquisitely designed. From the intricate details, I could see that it was of the water attribute. However, the lines weren't aligned, so it was probably a modified type circle.
TSK. I clicked my tongue.
Both Violet and Rose noticed it, but their eyes continued on the paper, trying to figure out what kind of magic circle they were. I looked at the magic circle for a whole minute. And suddenly, I had an epiphany. Gosh. I love you, my dear predecessor. Wait. Isn't that the same as saying, I love myself?
Whatever. Tap. I pressed the button. And then, started writing. Name, Modified Typhoon. Attribute, Water.
Effect, creates giant typhoons that can cause an extraordinary amount of damage to the point of even killing multiple named demon beasts with a single spell. This was quite interesting since it was a modified version of the 6th level magic, Water Cyclones. It was a much stronger version, of course. I triple-checked my answer.
Then, the parchment disappeared. Green checkmark. I leaned back. Done. Now.
Violet and Rose were still working. Violet had her signature smirk, but her brows were furrowed slightly. Rose was biting her lip, her pen moving fast. Seconds passed.
Then, Violet finished. And a moment later,
Rose barely finished in time.
Beep. That's it.
The final round is over. The audience erupted into cheers.
And then,
the final results appeared.
Estria Moon passed. Violet failed.
Rose failed. I was the one who had won the competition.
I exhaled.
Then, before I could even react, Violet leaned in, smiling. Well, looks like it was our dear Estria that won the activity, huh?
Violet, honestly,
even though I quite like you,
just shut the fuck up.
The moment the final results were announced, the tension finally settled. The audience cheered. Some students looked impressed while others looked defeated. But I barely paid attention. Because the moment I looked to my sides, Violet and Rose were staring at me. Violet's smirk was still there, but there was something more mischievous behind her eyes. Rose, on the other hand, was still quiet. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but the words never came.
For a moment, none of us spoke. Then, clap, clap, clap.
Violet started applauding. Well, she hummed, tilting her head.
Look at us, Estria.
Side by side again. Feels kinda nostalgic, doesn't it? Not really. I was the only one that won after all. Her grin widened at my words.
Oh?
You're telling me you don't feel even a little sentimental? She leaned in, lowering her voice slightly, to the point of even ignoring my comment. I mean, after what happened before, I figured we'd at least have a moment. I gave her a flat look. You mean the moment where you hugged me out of nowhere after I fought the archdemon of pride?
She chuckled.
Exactly. I raised an eyebrow. Do you want a hug then?
She froze.
Well, it seems that she didn't expect me to be so direct. For the first time in a while, Violet seemed caught off guard. Her smirk wavered, just for a split second, before she quickly regained her usual playful expression.
Oh?
Offering to hug me now, Estria? She placed a hand dramatically over her chest. I knew you'd come around eventually. I was joking.
Ah, what a shame.
She pouted, then suddenly grinned again. Unless, you're backing out now because you actually want to hug me? I stared at her blankly.
This woman.
She might be more annoying than Andrea or Marissa, from The Walking Dead.
Maybe. Ah. Never mind.
She isn't there yet. I sighed and turned my attention to Rose. She let out a soft sigh, her gaze drifting toward the academy's courtyard. The breeze was gentle, and the sun was starting to set, painting the sky in warm shades of orange and pink.
And then,
I noticed something. A giant clock stood tall on one of the academy's towers.
And the time.
Wait a second, isn't the last event starting soon?
I muttered.
Rose blinked in surprise. The snowy love? She asked, turning toward me.
I nodded.
I think so. She murmured, a thoughtful expression crossing her face.
My stomach dropped. Damn it.
Without wasting another second, I shot up from my seat and sprinted toward the academy's central area. The meet-up spot for my previous date with Violet.
Hey, don't miss me too much.
Violet's teasing voice rang from behind me. I barely glanced back.
But when I did, I caught her smirk.
And I ignored it.
Step, step, step.
And instead, I just continued on my way, weaving between students, decorations and staff preparing for the next event. The cold winter air brushed against my skin, but I barely noticed. As I got closer to the central area, I could hear the sound of excited chatter. And when I finally reached the event space, there were way more people than I expected. Students were gathered in large groups, talking, laughing, and looking around at the beautifully decorated venue. Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky, covering the ground in a soft white layer. The trees around us were decorated with small glowing lights, giving everything a magical feel. I slowed down, catching my breath. Made it, I muttered to myself. At the front of the crowd, a large wooden stage had been set up. A man in a fancy winter coat stood there, holding a microphone. He was clearly the announcer for this event. And just as I arrived, he started speaking. Welcome, welcome, dear students of the Royal Eternum Academy. His voice boomed across the area, full of energy. Tonight, we celebrate one of our most beloved traditions, the Snowy Love event. The crowd cheered. I stayed quiet, watching. As many of you know, this event is all about bringing people together. The announcer continued, smiling warmly. It's a time to enjoy the beautiful winter scenery, participate in fun activities, and, who knows, maybe even make some special memories with someone. A few students chuckled at his words, while others whispered excitedly. I glanced around. Some students looked nervous. Others were excited. And then there were people like me, just standing here, waiting for whatever was coming next. The announcer lifted a hand. This event will include several fun activities. Some of these include Snowflake the Ice Skating Challenge. Work together with your partner to complete an obstacle course on ice. Snowflake the Cozy Igloo. A quiet, warm space where you and your partner can talk and relax.
Snowflake the Snow Hunt.
Solve clues and find hidden treasures in the snow.
Snowflake the Frost Dance.
A beautiful dance under the snowfall, where you and your partner will move together under the moonlight.
And many more.
Another round of cheers filled the air. I exhaled slowly. So, just like Violet had mentioned, a bunch of activities designed for 2 people.
Great.
And now, the announcer said, raising his voice slightly. It's time for the moment you've all been waiting for, the choosing machine. The crowd buzzed with excitement. I frowned slightly.
The what?
I looked ahead, and suddenly, a large glowing structure appeared on the stage. It was a tall, crystal-like machine, shimmering with soft blue light. The inside was empty, like a doorway leading into nothingness. The announcer grinned. This is where all of our registered participants will enter. He gestured toward the glowing structure. Once inside, the machine will randomly pair you with another participant. Then, you'll be teleported to a different location where your snowy love journey will begin. Random pairing? Ha! I hope I get an easygoing girl. I glanced around at the students who had signed up. Some looked excited, others nervous. A few were already whispering about who they hoped to be paired with. There were a few professors around, awaiting to enter the machine. I sighed. There was no point in overthinking it now. The announcer clapped his hands. All right. Registered participants, please step forward and prepare to enter the choosing machine. A group of students immediately moved toward the stage, and I followed. As I walked, I felt the cold air against my skin. My breath came out in small puffs of white. One by one, students entered the glowing machine. The moment they stepped inside, they disappeared. I narrowed my eyes. A teleportation system. Nothing too unusual. More students entered, vanishing into the blue light. Then, it was my turn. I stepped forward, feeling the slight hum of magic in the air. The light surrounded me. And in the next second, I was gone. Foop. The world around me shifted. For a split second, everything felt weightless. And then, I landed somewhere else. The air was crisp and cold. Snow crunched softly under my boots. The sound of distant bells echoed through the space. I blinked. Where am I? I looked around. This wasn't the Academy's central area anymore. It was a different space, still covered in snow, but smaller and more enclosed. The trees were closer together, forming a natural barrier. There were fewer tables, and the students who had been teleported here were much closer to each other. I barely had time to process the change when I heard movement beside me. I turned my head. And my breath caught slightly. Heat. Fuck no. Come on, I ain't that bad. A soft, teasing breath brushed against Estria's ear. Her voice was smooth, light, and full of amusement. What are you doing here? What do you think? She replied quickly. Before he could say anything else, he felt her hands on his shoulders, light at first, but pressing down just enough to make him notice. And then, plop. Something soft pressed against his back. No, two soft things. His shoulders tensed slightly. Hey, are you embarrassed? Her voice was almost a purr, warm and teasing as she leaned closer. She blew softly against his ear again. Estria exhaled slowly. Is the headmistress even allowed to participate in events like this? He muttered. Why not? Eleonora smiled sweetly, her fingers squeezing his shoulders a little more. Besides, I was just too excited. She continued, her tone playful but affectionate. You finally decided to consider my proposal. Estria froze. What? You never did that before. Eleonora said, ignoring his reaction. You always straight up rejected me. But this time. Estria's frown deepened. Why do you sound like I've been refusing to be your boyfriend or something? Eleonora grinned. Oh? Do you perhaps have interests in Mill? Yup, but only in MILFs though, Estria cut in without hesitation. I don't have any interest in GILFs. Silence. Eleonora's smile twitched. For a moment, she just stood there, her fingers still on his shoulders. Then, her grip tightened. Estria felt the pressure increase slightly, as if she was expecting him to react. But he didn't. Instead, he just let out a small sigh. Tisk. Eleonora clicked her tongue before suddenly pulling him up. Enough of that, she said, brightening up again almost instantly. She grabbed his wrist, her grip firm but warm. Let's do our first event. What? Ice skating, she announced cheerfully. And then, snap. She snapped her fingers. Immediately, Estria felt a strange weight settle over his body. And of course, Eleonora added with a smirk, none of us can use mana. Estria glanced at her. Sure, he said simply. Eleonora blinked. She tilted her head slightly, as if surprised by his easy agreement. But then, her expression softened into a genuine smile. Good, she said softly, squeezing his hand just a little before tugging him forward. And with that, she dragged him toward the ice skating field. It didn't take much time for them to reach the place, and after they got the ice skating shoes, they were ready to enter the field. The ice skating field stretched out before them, shimmering under the soft glow of the winter lights. It was vast, wide enough to fit dozens of people at once, but right now it was just the two of them. Estria exhaled slowly, watching as small puffs of white left his lips in the cold air. Eleonora, on the other hand, was practically bouncing with excitement. All right, let's go, she said, stepping forward. Slip. Whoa. Estria barely had time to react before she stumbled forward. Her arms flailed, her feet sliding helplessly across the ice. She looked like a baby deer trying to walk for the first time.
Estria sighed.
You don't know how to ice skate, do you?
Eleonora pouted.
I thought it would be easy, she muttered. Estria shook his head, stepping beside her with smooth, controlled movements.
Here.
He offered his hand. Eleonora stared at it for a moment before taking it, her fingers wrapping around his.
It was warm.
Estria adjusted his grip slightly. Follow my movements, he instructed, his voice calm. Keep your balance by bending your knees a little. Don't lock them or you'll fall.
Eleonora nodded. She took a slow step forward. Her skate touched the ice.
And immediately slid forward too fast.
Ack.
Estria steadied her, his other hand coming up to grip her waist.
Her body tensed slightly. Relax, he murmured.
Eleonora glanced at him. Her lips parted slightly, but she didn't say anything.
Instead, she just nodded again.
Estria took the lead, pulling her along gently. At first, she was stiff, her movements awkward, her fingers gripping his hand a little too tightly. But as they skated further, she started to ease into it. Good, Estria said, his tone softer now. Just keep your weight centered. Let your legs glide instead of forcing them.
Eleonora huffed.
Easier said than done, she grumbled. He smirked slightly. You're doing better than before. Eleonora shot him a side glance. You're just saying that.
Estria shrugged.
If you were bad, I would have already let go of your hand. Her eyes widened slightly.
You wouldn't. I would.
She gasped dramatically.
You monster. Estria chuckled.
Eleonora's personality was a bit far off from normal, she even seemed more childish and everything. However, Estria knew that she only acted like this with him. Well, she was trying to act like a young girl to seduce him. It wasn't the first time, really. Actually, she had tried multiple kinds of personalities.
The big sister type. The mature mommy type. And many more.
Honestly, Estria didn't mind at all. If anything, he found it quite interesting. As long as she didn't imitate the crazy girlfriend type, he would be fine. And then, they reached the final stretch of the skating field. Estria slowed down, expecting her to follow his pace. But then, wait, what's that? Eleonora suddenly pointed at something ahead. Estria turned just in time to see. A ramp. A high ramp. It was meant for tricks and jumps, definitely not for beginners. And yet, Eleonora was already going straight toward it. Eleonora. Estria's eyes widened. She wasn't even moving that fast, but her balance was still off. And just before the ramp, she panicked. Her legs tensed. Instead of stopping, she jumped. Whoosh. She was sent flying. Estria's heart stopped. Idiot. Before he even realized it, his body moved on its own. He pushed forward, increasing his speed just enough. His eyes locked onto her falling figure. The wind whipped past his ears. Time seemed to slow. And then, thud. Estria caught her. His arms wrapped around her waist, his body absorbing the impact as they crashed into the snow. Thump. The cold spread through his back, but he barely noticed. Because at that moment, Eleonora landed right on top of him. Her chest pressed firmly against his. Her left leg slipped between both of his. Her hands slammed into the snow on either side of his head, pinning him down. It was a position far too intimate. For a second, neither of them moved. The only sound was the soft crunch of snow beneath them. Then, Eleonora's breath hitched. Estria felt it. Warm. Shaky. Her face was close. Too close. Her lips parted slightly. Her light blue eyes, shimmering with something unreadable, stared down at him. Estria's heartbeat drummed in his ears. He swallowed. You okay? Eleonora didn't answer. She just kept looking at him. And at that moment, the world around them felt silent. The soft crunch of snow beneath them was the only sound. Estria could feel Eleonora's breath against his skin, warm against the cold air. Her chest was pressed against his, firm, soft, and way too close. Her left leg was caught between both of his, their bodies entangled in a way that sent a strange feeling through him. She didn't move. She just stared. Her lips were slightly parted, and her light blue eyes held an expression Estria couldn't quite read. For the first time since he'd met her, she looked speechless. Estria let out a breath. Are you going to get up? His voice was steady, but inside, he wasn't sure how to feel about this. Eleonora blinked. Then, her lips curled into a small smile. Oh my, she murmured.
Her voice was soft, too soft.
Her fingers, still planted in the snow beside his head, tightened slightly.
You caught me, she whispered. Estrella frowned. Of course I did.
You were falling.
She hummed.
And you jumped after me without thinking.
Estrella paused.
That was true. The moment she went flying, his body had moved on its own.
Eleonora's smile widened.
How romantic.
Estrella sighed.
Get off me.
She
tilted her head slightly, her light blue eyes glowing under the soft winter lights. But I like this position. Estrella's eyebrow twitched.
She was toying with him. Again.
Eleonora, he said, his voice flat. Yes, dear, she replied sweetly.
Get off. She giggled.
Then finally, she pushed herself up slightly, but not before leaning in close.
Too close. Estrella stiffened. For a second, he thought. No. She wouldn't. Right? But then.
Instead of doing anything else, Eleonora simply grazed her lips near his ear.
Then, in a whisper just for him. You're warm. Feel so cold anymore.
Estrella's breath hitched. His hands, still gripping her waist from when he caught her, tightened slightly before he let go. Get off, he repeated, this time gritting his teeth.
Eleonora laughed.
A soft, melodic sound that sent a shiver down his spine. And finally,
she lifted herself off him.
Estrella exhaled sharply, pushing himself up as well. Snowflakes drifted around them, the cold air brushing against his skin now that her warmth was gone. Eleonora stretched her arms above her head, acting as if nothing happened. That was fun, she said cheerfully. Estrella gave her a look. You almost broke your neck.
But I didn't, she winked.
If anything, I'd use mana last second, tee-hee. What did I expect? Estrella ran a hand through his hair. You're impossible. Eleonora only grinned. Well, she sighed, dusting the snow off her coat. That was only the first event. We still have more left, you know.
Estrella groaned.
You're actually looking forward to this, aren't you?
Of course. She beamed. Then, before he could respond,
she suddenly grabbed his arm.
Come on, she urged, pulling him forward.
Estrella stumbled slightly. Hey! Estrella barely had time to think before Eleonora dragged him forward, her grip on his arm tight and firm.
Come on, she chirped, her excitement clear in her voice.
Estrella sighed, letting himself be pulled along. It was pointless to resist. The activity board ahead glowed with bright, icy letters. Snowflake, the cozy igloo. Snowflake, a quiet, warm space where you and your partner can talk and relax. Estrella's eyebrow twitched. This is the next event? Eleonora nodded eagerly.
Yup.
Sounds nice, right?
Estrella exhaled.
Why do I feel like you planned this? Eleonora put a hand over her chest, gasping dramatically.
Me?
Planning to be alone with you in a cozy, warm place? Estrella, how could you think so highly of me's? He gave her a flat look. Because you did. She only grinned. Before he could argue further, a staff member approached, dressed in a fluffy winter coat. Welcome. The woman greeted cheerfully. Ah, it looks like you two are the next pair. Please step this way. She didn't even seem surprised that the headmistress was with Estrella. Estrella sighed, following as Eleonora practically skipped beside him. The staff guided them toward a small path lined with glowing lanterns. Snow crunched beneath their boots as the warmth of light contrasted with the cold air.
Then, up ahead, an igloo.
Not just any igloo. It was beautiful. Soft golden lights glowed from inside, casting a cozy, welcoming hue. The entrance was slightly open, showing glimpses of thick, plush blankets and pillows inside. The whole place looked like something out of a fairy tale. Eleonora gasped softly. Oh, it's so pretty.
Estrella hummed. It was nice. Too nice.
Almost suspiciously romantic. The staff member smiled. Inside, you'll find warm blankets, a fireplace, and some sweet treats. This event is meant to give you and your partner a peaceful time together. Please enjoy yourselves. And with that, the staff walked off, leaving the two of them standing there.
Estrella hesitated.
But before he could say anything, Eleonora grabbed his wrist and pulled him inside.
The moment they stepped in, warmth.
It was like stepping into another world. The cold air was replaced with a gentle heat, coming from a small, magical fireplace set in the center. The walls of the igloo were made of thick, packed ice, but they didn't let in any cold. Instead, they sparkled faintly, reflecting the warm glow inside. Soft blankets were spread across the floor, along with fluffy pillows. In one corner, a small tray of treats, chocolate-covered strawberries, warm pastries, and a kettle of steaming hot cocoa.
Estrella blinked. This was way too nice.
Eleonora, meanwhile, flopped onto the blankets. She stretched her arms up, letting out a happy sigh. "Aya, this is perfect.
Look at this place."
She patted the spot beside her.
"Come on, sit down."
Estrella hesitated for a moment before finally sitting down, but not too close.
Eleonora noticed. She smirked.
"Why so far, Estrella?" "Because I know you," he replied flatly.
She pouted.
"You make me sound so dangerous."
"You are."
She giggled, shifting to face him directly. A moment of silence settled. For the first time that night, Eleonora wasn't teasing. She simply watched him, her light blue eyes reflecting the warm glow of the fireplace. "You really jumped after me back there," she murmured. Estrella looked at her calmly. "You were falling." She hummed, tilting her head slightly. "But you didn't even hesitate."
Estrella didn't respond. Because she was right.
The moment she lost balance on that ramp, his body moved on its own.
He hadn't thought. He just jumped.
"You always act so cold to me," Eleonora continued softly, tracing a finger across one of the blankets. "But sometimes you do things like that." She looked up, a small smile playing on her lips. "It makes me wonder how much you actually care about me."
Estrella stared at her. "Don't overthink it," he muttered. She laughed.
Maybe I will."
Another pause. Then,
Eleonora reached for the tray of sweets. She picked up a chocolate-covered strawberry and held it up.
"Here."
Estrella raised an eyebrow.
"What?" "Open your mouth."
His stare turned deadpan.
"I can feed myself."
"But this is the Cozy Igloo event. It's all about bonding," she grinned, wiggling the strawberry.
Estrella sighed.
"I'm not playing along with this."
Eleonora huffed. "Fine, fine. Your loss."
She popped the strawberry into her own mouth instead, chewing happily. Estrella simply shook his head, reaching for his own cup of hot cocoa. The warmth spread through his fingers as he took a slow sip.
For a moment, it was quiet. Not awkward. Not uncomfortable. Just peaceful.
Estrella glanced at Eleonora again. She had leaned back slightly, watching the flickering firelight. Her expression was calm, her usual playful smirk nowhere in sight.
For the first time tonight, she looked relaxed.
Estrella found himself staring a little longer than he meant to.
Then, before he could stop himself, he spoke.
"Do you like it here?" Eleonora blinked, looking at him in surprise.
Then, she smiled softly. "I do," she murmured. "It's warm. Quiet. Feels nice."
She turned her gaze back to the fire. "Feels like something I never had before."
Estrella paused.
Her voice had dropped slightly, losing its usual playful edge. Something about the way she said those words made something in his chest tighten. "What do you mean?" he asked quietly.
Eleonora hesitated. Then, with a small chuckle, she shook her head. "Nothing," she said.
"Just thinking out loud."
But Estrella knew.
It wasn't nothing.
Still, he didn't press. Instead, he simply watched her. And in that moment, for once,
Eleonora wasn't just the teasing, playful headmistress. She was just
a woman, sitting across from him.
Wrapped in the warmth of the firelight. In a quiet, cozy space. Just the two of them. After spending time in the cozy igloo, the warmth still lingering on their skin, Estrella and Eleonora finally stepped back out into the chilly night air. The sudden cold made their breath visible in the air, little white clouds escaping their lips as they walked toward the next event. Eleonora stretched, her arms reaching toward the sky. "Aya, that was nice. But now, it's time for something fun." Estrella raised an eyebrow. "You're acting like we weren't just sitting in silence half the time."
She grinned.
"That was peaceful. Now we need excitement." Estrella sighed but didn't argue. Ahead of them, a large open snowfield had been set up for the next event. Bright lanterns lined the area, casting a soft glow over the white landscape. Groups of students and even professors were already gathered, some chatting excitedly, others stretching as if they were preparing for battle. Above them, a floating board displayed the event's name. Snowflake the Snow Hunt. Snowflakes solve clues and find hidden treasures in the snow.
Estrella glanced around. "Treasure hunt, huh?"
Eleonora nodded eagerly.
"Yup.
We get clues, follow them, and find little treasures hidden all over the place. Some of them have prizes too.
Estrella hummed in thought.
He wasn't the type to care about fun activities, but
a puzzle wasn't bad.
A few moments later, an event staff member stepped forward, raising a small bell.
Ding ding. Welcome everyone, the staff called.
The snow hunt is about to begin. This is a bonding game of teamwork, mystery solving, and of course, fun. Estrella's eyebrow twitched. That word again. The staff continued. You and your partner will receive a scroll with your first clue. Each clue will lead you to another location, where another scroll is hidden. Solve them all, and you'll find the final treasure.
Eleonora nudged Estrella.
Oh, we get to solve riddles together. Isn't that romantic?
It's a treasure hunt. She pouted.
Where's your sense of adventure, Estrella? I left it back in the igloo. Before she could argue, the staff members started handing out scrolls. Eleonora snatched theirs immediately. All right, let's see our first clue. She unrolled the scroll, clearing her throat dramatically.
Then, she read aloud.
I stand tall but have no feet. My arms wave but make no sound. Though I sleep in winter's white. My coat is always green year-round.
Estrella exhaled. It's a tree. Eleonora blinked.
It's obviously a tree.
She pouted. Come on.
You could have let me think about it for a bit.
Estrella crossed his arms.
You were about to say a snowman, weren't you? I was considering it.
Let's go.
With that, they made their way to the tall pine trees near the event area. The soft crunch of snow beneath their boots was the only sound for a moment, until Eleonora suddenly looped her arm through his.
Estrella stiffened.
What are you doing? She leaned in slightly, her voice smooth and warm. Oh my, it's cold, isn't it?
You have mana. You don't get cold.
She laughed softly. My, you're no fun, are you? Estrella sighed but didn't push her away. When they reached the tree, Estrella quickly spotted a rolled-up scroll tied with a red ribbon. He bent down, grabbing it from the snow. Eleonora clapped her hands lightly. Oh my, such sharp eyes, I do love a man who's quick with his hands.
Estrella paused mid-motion.
You're doing this on purpose.
She smiled sweetly.
Doing what, dear? Estrella squinted at her before handing her the scroll. Read the next one. She giggled before unrolling it. I sparkle in the night, cold and bright. You may catch me if I fall. But in the warmth of your hands, I will disappear to nothing at all.
Estrella sighed. Snowflake.
Eleonora tilted her head.
Oh my, so fast again.
You must really love snow,
It's obvious.
She stepped closer, her breath warm against his ear.
Are you sure?
Or are you just trying to impress me? Estrella stared ahead, ignoring her.
Let's go.
With that, they headed toward the frozen lake where snowflakes were still lightly falling from the sky. The second scroll was hidden beneath a delicate layer of frost, sparkling like it had been placed by magic.
But something changed.
Eleonora's teasing shifted. It became less playful, more seductive. She started leading instead of following, her movements slower, smoother. When they reached the next spot, she turned to Estrella with a knowing smile. Oh my, would you like to open it for me, dear? She changed her personality. That was fast. Estrella exhaled sharply. You can do it yourself. She pouted, but there was something deliberate in the way she ran her fingers along the edge of the scroll before slowly unrolling it. Though I am not alive, I wear a hat. My face may smile, but I do not laugh. Carrots are my nose, twigs are my arms. I last all winter, until I am gone.
Estrella closed his eyes. It's a snowman.
Eleonora giggled. Oh my, always so quick, always so sharp, I do wonder. She stepped closer, pressing a single finger against his chest as her breasts pressed against his arm. Are you just this efficient in everything, dear?
Estrella paused. And then,
something shifted in his gaze.
You're pushing it. Eleonora smiled. Oh my, am I?
Estrella let out a slow breath.
Then, he stepped closer.
Eleonora's smile faltered slightly. Estrella leaned in, lowering his voice just enough. If you keep pressing those breasts against my arm again, he murmured. I won't mind touching them, you know.
Silence.
Eleonora's eyes widened slightly.
For the first time, she froze.
Estrella tilted his head slightly, smirking. What's wrong?
Eleonora blinked. And then,
her face turned slightly red. Yet she smiled again, but this time, there was a slight twitch at the corner of her lips. "Oh my," she murmured, placing a hand on her hip. "How bold of you, dear."
Estrella shrugged.
"You started it." She chuckled softly, but there was a slight heat in her cheeks that she clearly tried to brush off. "So, you don't mind touching my
milkers?" Estrella finished for her, tilting his head. Eleonora stiffened.
Estrella leaned in slightly, his voice dropping lower, smoother. "Didn't expect that, did you?" Her fingers twitched. "Oh my," she exhaled, regaining her composure. "What a dangerous young man I've paired up with." Estrella simply smirked. "Not dangerous. Just returning the favor." She narrowed her eyes slightly before turning away.
Fine, fine.
"I'll let you have this one, but don't get too cocky, dear."
Estrella chuckled. "We'll see."
It took a few minutes, but after regaining her composure mostly, Eleonora unrolled the next scroll. "I have no legs, but I run fast. I have no arms, but I can lift you high. Some fear me, some love me. And with me, you'll soar through the sky."
Estrella frowned. "A ski lift?"
Eleonora tilted her head. "Oh my, could be, but don't you think that's a little too obvious?"
Estrella thought for a moment. "A sled?"
Eleonora giggled. "Let's go find out, dear." She grabbed his wrist, gently but firmly, and led him toward the sledding hill.
Step.
When they arrived, Estrella quickly spotted the next scroll tied to a sled near the top of the hill.
"Guess I was right," he murmured. Eleonora grinned.
"Good job, dear. Now, how about we test the sled while we're here?" Estrella raised an eyebrow. "You want to ride it down?"
She tilted her head.
"Oh my, are you scared, my little moon?"
Estrella sighed. "Fine."
Without hesitation, he sat down on the sled. Eleonora happily positioned herself right behind him, pressing close, too close. And of course, she had slammed her breasts against his back.
He stiffened.
"You don't have to sit this close." She giggled, wrapping her arms loosely around his waist. "Oh my, but I need to hold on, don't I?"
Estrella exhaled. "Whatever.
Let's just go."
Whoop. The sled shot forward.
Snow rushed past them, the wind whipping through their hair. Eleonora laughed as they sped down, holding onto Estrella even tighter.
But then, the ramp. Estrella's eyes widened. "Wait." Before he could react, they launched into the air.
Eleonora's laugh turned into a surprised gasp as they soared, weightless for a moment, before gravity pulled them down fast. Estrella moved on instinct. He twisted midair, reaching out, and caught her. Thud. Snow exploded around them as they landed. When the cold settled, Eleonora was on top of him. Again. Her soft curves pressed against his chest, her left leg between his, her hands buried in the snow beside his head. She blinked. Then, parted her lips slightly. Estrella stared up at her. Neither spoke. The world around them felt silent, except for the faint sound of the wind. Eleonora's breath was warm, her purple hair falling gently around them like a curtain. Estrella exhaled slowly. "Are you gonna get off me?" Eleonora stared at him for a moment longer. Then, a small smile tugged at her lips. "Oh my," she whispered. Estrella felt his pulse quicken. "What?" Her voice was low, teasing. My, you're so quick to catch me every time I fall, dear." Estrella frowned slightly. "Not my fault you keep launching yourself into the air." She giggled softly. Or maybe, she leaned in just a little closer. "You just like having me in your arms, Estrella held her gaze. Then slowly, he lifted a hand, brushing snow from her shoulder. "Maybe." Eleonora's breath stilled for just a fraction of a second, so quick, so subtle, yet Estrella caught it. For once, she didn't have a quick response. Her light blue eyes flickered, the teasing glint momentarily replaced by something softer, something deeper. But only for a heartbeat. Then, her lips curled into a slow, knowing smile. "Oh my," she murmured, tilting her head ever so slightly. "How bold, my dear moon." Estrella didn't look away. Neither did she. Snowflakes drifted between them, melting the moment they touched her warm skin, vanishing just as swiftly as the space between their breaths. And then, she moved. Just a little. Her fingers, buried in the snow beside his head, twitched, before she lifted one, tracing the edge of his jaw with an excruciating slowness. "Maybe," she uttered, her voice barely above a whisper, sweet and sultry like honey dripping from velvet. Estrella's fingers curled slightly against the snow, but his expression remained calm. Calm. Steady. Yet his pulse. Oh, that was a different story. Eleonora smiled, eyes half-lidded as she leaned closer, her lips hovering just above his ear. You know, dear, she whispered, if you wanted to hold me a little tighter, you could have just said so. Estrella exhaled through his nose. And then, his arms, still loosely resting at his sides, moved. Quick. Fluid. Intentional. Before she could react, one strong arm wrapped around her waist, pulling her flush against him, her softness molding into his frame, her breath catching ever so slightly. He felt it. Oh, he definitely felt it. And from the way her lashes fluttered, so did she. Like this. His voice was smooth, deep, almost teasing. Eleonora blinked, just for a second, before her lips parted in a small, delighted laugh. Oh my, she breathed, tilting her head, her nose barely brushing against his. Now, dear, if you hold me this close, she shifted, just enough to feel the heat between them, her voice lowering, softer, warmer. Whatever shall I do with yous? Estrella stared at her, his glowing red eyes darkening just slightly. And then, he smirked. Surprise me. For the first time, Eleonora hesitated. Just for a second. Her pupils dilated. Her fingers gripped the snow beside him just a bit tighter. Estrella waited. And oh, how she hated to lose a game she started. So, she did what she did best. She leaned in. Closer. Close enough that her lips hovered just above his, the barest of distance between them, their shared breath mixing in the cold air. Close enough that the tension crackled, like the silent promise of a storm yet to break. And then, a single finger trailed down his chest, slow, deliberate. You, she whispered, are playing a very, very dangerous game, dear Moon. Estrella's grip on her waist didn't loosen. His voice was smooth, steady. So are you. Silence. Thump. 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 Their heartbeats filled the quiet. For a fleeting moment, Eleonora wondered, if she closed the distance, if she let the teasing slip into something real, something intoxicating. Would he stop her? Would he kiss her back? Would he pull her even closer, taste the heat between them, let the snow melt against the fire they stirred in each other's veins? The thought sent a thrill down her spine. But then, a voice shouted in the distance. Hey! Whoever's up there, get a room. Estrella blinked. Eleonora blinked. Silence. Then, fucking bastard. They muttered at the same time. For a moment, they just stared at each other. And then, pfft. Eleonora couldn't help it. Eleonora burst out laughing, her voice light, breathy, absolutely delighted. She tilted her head, covering her mouth with the back of her hand as soft giggles spilled from her lips. Estrella exhaled sharply, shaking his head with a small smirk. Eleonora recovered just enough to lean in, placing a single finger against his lips, her light blue eyes practically glowing with amusement. Oh my, she hummed, tilting her head. It seems, our little moment was rudely interrupted. Estrella only sighed, glancing toward the direction of the voice before shaking his head again. Happens. Eleonora grinned, mischief clearly showing in her eyes. Fufufu, don't pout, dear, there will be plenty more moments to come. With that, she gracefully pushed herself up, brushing off the snow from her dress before extending her hand toward him. Come now, we still have a game to finish. Estrella glanced at her outstretched hand for a second before taking it, standing effortlessly. But even after he was up, he didn't let go right away. Eleonora noticed. His fingers, warm against hers, lingered just a little longer than necessary. Right. Eleonora smiled, but this time, there was something softer in it. Something knowing. Oh my. She liked that look. As he finally released her hand, she turned on her heel, brushing a bit of snow off his shoulder with the back of her fingers, slow and deliberate. Shall we, my dear little moons? Estrella exhaled. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Eleonora giggled. Oh my, very much so. With that, she took the lead, walking ahead with an elegant sway in her step, knowing full well he was watching. Estrella sighed, rubbing his temple before following. This woman. She was going to be the death of him. Estrella sighed as he followed Eleonora, watching the way she swayed just a little too much with each step. She's definitely doing that on purpose. Not that I mind, though. The snow crunched softly beneath their boots as they walked back to the event area, where the final clue awaited them. Small lanterns flickered in the night, casting a warm glow over the frost-covered trees. The air was crisp cold, but neither of them really felt it. Because the real heat? That was between them. Eleonora hummed a little tune, glancing back at him with a knowing smile. Oh my, you're awfully quiet, dear. Could it be? You're still thinking about our little tumble in the snows? Estrella didn't even flinch. I'm thinking about pushing you into another pile of snow, actually. Eleonora gasped, placing a hand over her chest dramatically. My, how cruel. And here I thought you were a gentleman. Estria raised an eyebrow. You're the one who keeps throwing yourself at me. She giggled, twirling a strand of her violet hair. Well, dear, if you keep catching me so perfectly, how can I resist? Estria exhaled, shaking his head. This woman. They finally reached the last location of their snow hunt, a large, beautiful fountain frozen over, its icy surface glowing faintly under the moonlight. A single scroll was tied to the statue in the center. Eleonora tapped her chin. Oh my, how shall we retrieve it, dear? Estria didn't even hesitate. He stepped forward, jumped lightly onto the edge of the fountain, and whip. With one swift motion, he grabbed the scroll and landed back on the snow without a sound. Eleonora blinked. Then clapped her hands together. Oh my, such quick movements. My, I do love a man who's fast with his hands. Estria turned to her, deadpan. That sounded wrong. She giggled. Did it? He sighed. Shaking his head, he handed her the final scroll. Go on. Read it. Eleonora's lips curled as she unrolled the parchment. I twinkle like a diamond, yet I am cold. A gentle kiss from the heavens, or a storm so bold. Under the moon, I shimmer bright. A dance so pure, a silent white. Estria hummed. The frost dance. Eleonora's eyes sparkled. Oh my, looks like we have one last activity together, dear. He glanced at her. You planned this, didn't you? She gasped dramatically again. My, do you really think so little of me? Estria sighed. Yes. Eleonora giggled, stepping closer until she was right in front of him. Then I suppose. She lifted a single finger, tracing an invisible line down his chest. I'll just have to change your mind. Estria exhaled sharply through his nose. Come on. Let's just go. Eleonora smirked but let him lead the way. The event area had transformed. Silver lanterns swayed gently from the trees, their soft glow casting flickering patterns on the snow-covered ground. Delicate icicles dangled from the branches, shimmering under the moonlight like tiny frozen stars. The air was crisp but not harsh, carrying the fresh scent of winter. Snowflakes drifted lazily from the sky, dancing in the breeze before settling on the world below. It was quiet, peaceful, like something out of a dream. And at the center of it all, a melody played. Soft, slow, and elegant. It floated through the air like a whisper, passing between the couples who had already stepped onto the dance floor, a wide-open space of untouched snow, glistening under the lanterns. Some pairs moved with practiced grace, gliding effortlessly as if they belonged in a fairy tale. Others were clumsy, stepping on each other's toes with embarrassed laughter. But all of them swayed together, lost in the moment. Eleonora let out a dreamy sigh, clasping her hands together. Oh my, how romantic! Estria, standing beside her, simply exhaled. You really planned this, didn't you? My, you wound me, dear moon. Must you always assume I have ulterior motives? She gasped dramatically, pressing a hand to her chest. Estria raised an eyebrow. Do you? Eleonora giggled, her light blue eyes sparkling mischievously. Fufufu, I suppose you'll just have to dance with me and find out. Then, without waiting, she turned to him and stretched out a hand. Come now, dear, won't you take my hand? Estria looked at her outstretched hand for a moment. Then, with a slow sigh, he took it. Eleonora smiled, her fingers curled around his, warm despite the cold air. She stepped closer, and Estria instinctively placed his free hand on her waist. Oh my, Eleonora purred. So bold already, my little moon. Estria sighed. You're the one who walked up to me. She giggled. But you're the one holding me so firmly. Estria didn't respond. He simply guided them into the first step. And so, they began to dance. The music was slow, steady. Their movements were careful at first, adjusting to each other's rhythm. Eleonora followed his lead easily, her dress swaying with each graceful step. Estria's grip was firm but gentle, his body steady as he moved with practiced ease. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The world around them was quiet, as if time itself had slowed. The soft melody of the orchestra wrapped around them like a delicate embrace, floating through the cold winter air. The snowflakes fell lazily from the sky, swirling like tiny dancers before settling onto Eleonora's long silky hair. The faint silver glow of the lanterns above made them sparkle, like little stars tangled in her violet locks. Her dress moved with the wind, the rich fabric flowing behind her with every step, every sway. It shimmered under the moonlight, catching the glow of the lanterns as if it had been woven from twilight itself. The only sounds were the soft crunch of snow beneath their feet, the faint rustle of fabric as they moved, and the gentle notes of the music weaving through the night. Then, Eleonora let out a soft hum. You're quite good at this, dear Moon. Have you danced before?
Estrella nodded.
Yeah.
Eleonora smiled.
My, I wonder, have you danced with many women before?
Estrella glanced at her. Why? Jealous.
Oh my, the audacity. You think I, the elegant Eleonora, would ever be jealous? She gasped dramatically, pressing a hand to her chest as if she had been deeply wounded. Estrella exhaled, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. You didn't answer the question. Eleonora giggled, pressing just a little closer, letting the warmth between them grow. Fufufu, who knows, she mused, eyes twinkling with mischief. Then, in a lower, softer tone. And here I thought that I would be your first. Estrella exhaled sharply. You're really good at making things sound weird. She giggled again, tilting her head ever so slightly, her breath brushing against his collarbone. My, am I? Estrella didn't reply, but his hand on her waist tightened just slightly. It was subtle, but she noticed. And she liked it. The music swelled, and they moved together more smoothly now, falling into a natural rhythm.
Step. Turn. Sway.
The cold barely registered anymore. Eleonora tilted her head, gazing up at him with those teasing light blue eyes. Tell me, dear, am I a good partner? Estrella glanced down at her. You're not stepping on my feet, so I'd say you're doing fine.
She gasped, feigning offense.
My, such high praise, my heart flutters.
Estrella smirked. Careful.
If it flutters too much, you might trip.
Eleonora giggled.
Fufufu, and if I do? Estrella shrugged slightly. I'd catch you.
Eleonora blinked.
Then, her expression softened just a little. Would you always? Estrella didn't hesitate. Yeah. Eleonora's smile lingered, but there was something different in her gaze now.
Something warmer. Softer. The music slowed. Their steps followed.
Their movements became less about the dance and more about each other. Eleonora's fingers curled slightly around his, and Estrella found himself holding her just a little closer. The world around them faded. There was only the music.
Only the snowfall. Only them.
Eleonora exhaled softly, tilting her head against his chest for just a second before looking up again. You know, dear.
Estrella hummed. She smiled.
I quite enjoy being in your arms. Estrella didn't respond right away.
Instead, he spun her.
A single, smooth motion. A single, fluid motion. Her dress flared out like a violet blossom, the lantern light catching the shimmering fabric. She let out a small, surprised laugh, her hair fanning out around her before she turned back.
And he pulled her in again. Closer.
This time, there was no space left between them. The warmth of her body pressed against his, the heat of their breath mixing in the cool night air. Their eyes locked. Neither of them moved. Neither of them spoke.
For a moment.
The only thing between them was the quiet hum of their heartbeats. Eleonora's lips parted slightly. Estrella's fingers curled slightly against the fabric of her dress. The snow continued to fall around them, the lanterns flickering gently overhead. The music played its final note.
And then, Eleonora stepped forward. Slowly.
She hooked her arms around his neck, her fingertips brushing the back of his hair. At the same time, she lifted one leg slightly, the hem of her dress skimming against the snow as she leaned in. Estrella's hand remained firm on her waist, steadying her as she tilted her head up. It was the perfect position. The perfect moment. Her body molded against his, her breath warm against his lips. Estrella could feel the soft rise and fall of her chest, the gentle press of her fingers at the nape of his neck. Eleonora's lashes lowered. Would he? Would she? Would they cross that line? The world held its breath. And then, the snowflakes drifted lazily around them, caught in the silver glow of the lanterns. Their breaths mingled in the cold night air, a slow, intoxicating warmth growing between them. Eleonora's light blue eyes glowed like liquid sapphire, her lips slightly parted, her body pressing just a little closer against Estrella's. His fingers curled against the fabric of her dress, feeling the soft, silky material under his hands. He could feel the gentle rise and fall of her chest, the warmth of her breath against his lips. Her lashes lowered, and she tilted her head just slightly, her body molding perfectly against his. The world around them seemed to hold its breath. The music had ended, but their rhythm hadn't stopped. The sound of their quiet breaths, the soft rustling of fabric, and the faint crunch of snow beneath their feet became the only things that existed.
Then, she moved. Slowly.
One of her arms slid up, fingers grazing along his shoulder before curling around the back of his neck. Her other hand traced the collar of his uniform, then teased at his tie, pulling him closer, just enough for their noses to almost touch. Estrella swallowed hard, feeling the heat coil deep in his stomach. His grip on her waist tightened. Eleonora let out a soft hum, her lips curling in a playful smile. You're not pulling away, my little moon," she purred, her voice smooth like honey, thick with something sultry. Estrella breathed out sharply. "You're the one holding on to me."
"Oh my."
She giggled, her fingers trailing up into his hair, lightly tugging at the strands. "So defensive, I wonder, dear. Do you want to let go?" Estrella didn't answer.
Because he didn't know.
His heart pounded in his chest, his body heating despite the crisp night air. Her scent, soft, sweet, with a hint of something floral, wrapped around him like a spell. Her body was so warm, pressed flush against his, her curves molding into him in ways that made it impossible to ignore. Eleonora tilted her head, her lips brushing his jawline, just barely. "You're trembling, my little moon," she whispered. "Is it the cold, or is it me?" Estrella exhaled, the sound almost like a growl. His hands twitched, and for a second, he considered it.
Just for a second. Then, a sharp clap broke the moment. Ahem. They froze.
Estrella's body tensed, and Eleonora blinked before slowly turning her head. A pair of students stood a few feet away, staring at them. One of them, a young man with wide eyes, looked utterly scandalized, while the girl beside him covered her mouth, barely stifling a giggle. Eleonora stared at them for a moment. Then, with a soft sigh, she turned back to Estrella. "How unfortunate," she murmured, tilting her head as if truly disappointed. "Just when things were getting heated." Estrella sighed, stepping back slightly. "We should go." But before he could finish, he noticed something. Eleonora was still staring at him. Her fingers, still curled around his tie, tightened. Her pupils dilated, her breath hitching slightly. Then, something snapped. Estrella barely had a moment to react before the world around them blurred. Whoosh! They vanished into thin air. For a brief moment, the cold disappeared, replaced by a rush of weightlessness. The sensation of wind brushing past his skin, the flicker of magic in the air, before suddenly, thud, they landed. Not on snow, but on something soft. Estrella's vision refocused, and he realized where they were. A large, lavish canopy bed. Velvet sheets. Silk pillows. And Eleonora, now straddling him, her fingers still wrapped tightly around his tie. The warm glow of candlelight flickered around the grand office space. Dark wooden bookshelves lined the walls, and the scent of vanilla and something faintly spiced filled the air. The unmistakable elegance of her office. Headmistress Eleonora's personal chambers. Estrella's breath hitched. Eleonora. But she didn't let him finish. Her grip on his tie tightened, pulling him up to her. And then, her lips crashed onto his. Amen. A deep, breathless sound escaped as their mouths met in a feverish kiss. She wasn't gentle. She wasn't teasing. She was hungry. Her body pressed against his, warm and soft, as her fingers tangled in his hair, pulling him closer. Her lips moved quickly against his, soft but demanding, each second urging him to give more. Estrella's mind blanked for a moment. The sudden heat. The way she kissed him as if starving for him. The way her breath quickened when his hands found her waist. A low sound escaped from deep in his chest. And then, he kissed her back. Hard. His hands slid to her waist, gripping her firmly, feeling the softness of her dress under his fingers. He could feel the steady rise and fall of her chest, the tremble in her body as she deepened the kiss, her head tilting to press even closer. MMNH, she moaned softly against his lips, her grip tightening, her body pressing closer. She tasted sweet. Like spiced wine and honey. Simply intoxicating. His fingers trailed up her back, feeling the delicate lace of her dress, the way her skin heated under his touch. Eleonora's breath hitched, and she shifted, pressing herself further against him. Her scent wrapped around him, a mix of lavender and something uniquely hers. It made his head spin, made his pulse quicken. She was warm, soft, pliant in his arms, yet every movement was filled with intent, with purpose. MMNH Estrella, she breathed against his lips, voice dripping with something dangerously sweet. Before he could respond, she took control again, nipping at his lower lip, her nails lightly scraping his neck. His breath shuddered out, his eyes darkening as he pushed her against the desk behind them. The wood creaked as she arched into him, her back pressing against the cool surface while the heat between them grew. Eleonora hummed softly, her breath warm against his ear, as his hand slid down, tracing the curve of her waist and gripping her thigh, pulling her closer. "Oh my," she purred, fingers curling into his shirt. "My little moon, you're quite bold, aren't you?" Estrella exhaled sharply, his lips ghosting along the curve of her jaw, down to the delicate skin of her neck. "You started this." Eleonora shivered, her breath hitching as his lips found a sensitive spot. She tilted her head to give him more room, a soft sigh escaping her lips. That I did, my dear, but I wonder." She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, a teasing smirk curving her kiss-swollen lips. "Can you handle me's?" Estrella's grip tightened, his gaze locking onto hers. "Try me." Eleonora's smirk deepened. In an instant, she hooked a leg around his waist, flipping their positions so he was the one against the desk now. "Fufufa my, so strong, so eager," she teased, her fingers dancing down his chest, feeling his muscles tense beneath her touch. "I do love a man who knows how to play along." Estrella watched her closely, his breath heavy in his chest, waiting. Then, she leaned in, her lips brushing against his ear. "Let's see how long you can last." The air crackled with tension, thick with heat, with anticipation. Then, she kissed him again. Deeper. Wilder. More desperate. H-A-A-A. Estrella's breath caught as she kissed him harder, her hands pressing him back against the desk. MMM. She hummed against his lips, pressing herself into him, feeling the heat of his chest against hers. Her lips traced down his neck, teasing and warm. Swish. Eleonora's hand slipped to his tie, pulling it off, leaving his neck bare. Slurp. Then, she stuck out her tongue to his collar before gently nibbling on it, causing Estrella to arch his neck a bit. His red eyes glowed dimly as he roamed out to her dress, and slowly, reached for the buttons. Click. With each soft click of a button undone, the fabric fell away slowly. The dress slipped off her shoulders, revealing her smooth, glowy skin underneath. Fwat. Her lips parted from his neck with a faint pop, leaving a tender mark on his collarbone. She gazed into his eyes, a dark glint of mischief there, and slowly licked her lips. Then, without warning, she ripped his shirt open. His body had countless scars, but one could not deny the masculine charm oozing out from his muscular physique. She reached out to his chest with her hand, feeling the hard texture as she gently traced the lines of his torso with her fingers. But then, click, her bra was undone, making her two massive breasts bounce as they eased up. Immediately, Estrella's hands moved to them, gently caressing them. Ah. He reached out to the part beneath her breasts, softly touching it before trying to cover her whole breasts with his hands, but they were too big for his hands. And he couldn't exactly grasp them. "Oh, like what you seeb," she smiled teasingly, and at the same time, her hands reached out to his zipper. They locked gazes in that moment, and just by their gazes, they adjusted their position. Thud. The objects on the desk scattered with a clatter as they shifted, Eleonora now straddling Estrella, her body pressing flush against his. H-A-A-A. Her breath caught as he reached up to trace her peaks, his fingers pinching gently, drawing a surprised moan from her lips. Without hesitation, she retaliated, her hands sliding to his zipper, pulling it down. She didn't exactly hesitate, and immediately pulled down his pants, grasping his cock with her soft and delicate hand. Fap. Then, she slowly started moving her hand up and down, stroking his cock as she stared at him directly on his red glowing eyes. Estrella didn't seem bothered by this, and instead, his hand slid to her waist, pulling her closer as he shifted, his lips parting. Slurp. Ha. His mouth found one of her peaks, his lips wrapping around it with gentle suction. The sensation was electric, and his other hand slid to the other breast, kneading it gently, massaging the soft, pliant flesh as he molded it into various shapes. Between those movements, his thumb brushed her nipple, occasionally pinching it, drawing another quiver from her body. H-A-A-A, my baby. She smiled softly, pressing Estrella's head gently against her breasts, her fingers still moving up and down, stroking him slowly. It was a little disappointing that her breasts didn't have milk, but she didn't let that ruin the moment. On. As she continued to stroke him, feeling him suck on her breasts, her body started to feel the heat between her legs. The wetness began to spread, making her more sensitive. And if Estrella had sensed that, his hand left her breast and moved down to her pants. His fingers slipped under the waistband of her panties, and when they brushed against her folds, he felt the sticky wetness. Squish. His finger gently slid inside, sending a shiver through her body. She stopped stroking him for a moment, the sudden sensation making her gasp softly. "NNGH, baby," she murmured, barely able to hold back the moan that threatened to spill out. But then, to her surprise, Estrella stopped.
Baby? She called out to him.
Without answering, Estrella pushed her gently aside, standing up and turning to face her. She looked up at him, ready to say something, but before she could,
thud.
He suddenly turned her around, pressing her front against the table with a surprising force.
Baby, she stammered, her voice breathless. Swish.
He swiftly pulled her pants down, exposing her wet folds, the liquid already trailing down her legs. He paused for a moment, looking down at her. It's time for the main event, no? He finally spoke, as he took his cock and positioned it just in front of her wet folds. At the sound of his words, Eleonora's body shivered slightly and her face flushed. She rocked her hips, giving him more access, and then pulled a pillow into her hands, holding it gently, as though waiting for the next moment, her anticipation building. Squish. He pressed the tip of his cock to her entrance, grazing her soft labia, teasing her just a bit. And then, thrust. MHHMMMM. Her breath caught, a moan escaping as he entered her, her body trembling in response. He slid deep inside her, the warmth and wetness surrounding him. The movement left a small tear of blood, trickling down his shaft as he moved.
H.A.D. Pa.
Estrella's hips snapped forward again, driving his cock even deeper into Eleonora's slick, trembling wet folds.
Nga.
Eleonora's voice broke into a high-pitched moan, her hands scrambling to grip the edge of the desk. Her nails dug into the wood, leaving faint marks as her body jolted with every thrust.
Estrella. You're so deep.
Her words were breathy, her voice trembling with pleasure as she arched her back, pressing her hips back against him. The sensation of him filling her completely made her toes curl, her legs shaking as she tried to keep herself steady. My little moon, she purred, her voice dripping with teasing sweetness. You're not holding back anymore, are you? Fuck me harder. Estrella's hands tightened on her hips, his fingers digging into her soft flesh as he pulled her back onto him with each thrust. The wet, squelching sounds of their bodies moving together grew louder, mingling with their heavy breaths and moans.
Squelch, squelch, squelch.
Eleonora's body quivered, her face flushed and her lips parted as soft, breathy moans spilled out. So good, you're filling me so completely, Estrella. Her moans only made him more excited. He leaned forward, his chest pressing against her back as he reached around to cup one of her breasts. His fingers teased her nipple, pinching and rolling it gently, and the sensation made her gasp.
NNGH.
Why, you're so bold tonight, my little moon, she moaned, her voice trembling with pleasure. Her body arched even more, pushing back against him as she tried to take him deeper.
So, good MHM. Do it harder. Pa. Squish.
Estrella's response was a sharp, powerful thrust, his cock sliding deep inside her before pulling out almost completely. Then, with a wet slapping sound, he slammed back into her, the force of it making her cry out.
On. Why yes.
Just like that, my little moon, fuck me harder. She begged, her voice rising with every word. Her hands slipped on the desk, her body trembling as pleasure surged through her.
Thud.
The sound of their bodies meeting echoed in the room, and Estrella's pace quickened. His grip on her hips tightened, his fingers leaving faint marks as he drove his cock into her wet folds again and again.
Pa. Squelch.
Eleonora's walls clenched around him, trying to pull him deeper, and the sensation made him groan. You feel so good inside me, Estrella, she moaned, her voice trembling as she reached back to grip his thigh. Her nails dug into his skin, leaving faint red marks as she urged him on.
But
MNGHH, this isn't enough to make me coom.
Slam.
Her teasing words were met with a strong, punishing thrust that made her entire body jolt forward. Her buttocks shook from the impact, and Estrella's hips started moving even faster, the wet sounds of their coupling growing louder.
Squish. HAAA. MNNNN. Ons.
Why yes. Just like that, she cried out, her voice breaking as she neared her peak. Her legs shook, her toes curling as she tried to keep herself steady, but the intensity of his thrusts was too much.
Estrella.
I'm getting close. Then, Estrella raised his hand before slapping her ass forcefully.
Smack.
Eleonora's head arched back, her words cut off as a surprised yelp escaped her lips. The mix of pain and pleasure made her walls clench around him, her body trembling as she pushed back against him.
NNGH.
So rough, my dear, but I love it, she purred, her voice breathless and trembling. Her body moved with his, urging him to go harder, deeper.
Smack.
Estrella obliged, his hand coming down on her ass again. The sensation made her cry out, her walls tightening around him as pleasure surged through her.
On. MMM.
Why yes. Just like that, she moaned, her voice trembling as she reached back to grip his hand. Their fingers intertwined, her nails digging into his skin as she begged him. Fuck me harder, Estrella, make me come. Her words were like a command, and Estrella obeyed. His hips moved faster, harder, each thrust driving her closer to the edge.
Pa. Pa. Smack. Ah, ah. MMM.
I'm so close, Estrella, she cried out, her body trembling as pleasure coursed through her. Her legs shook, her toes curling as she tried to keep herself steady, but the intensity of his thrusts was too much.
Ah, ah.
I'm coming. Her walls clenched around him, her body trembling as pleasure surged through her.
Fuck.
Estrella groaned, his hips stuttering as he felt her come around him, her tight walls milking his cock as he thrust into her one last time.
Splurt. Han.
Eleonora moaned one last time, her body trembling as she collapsed onto the desk, her breath coming in short, sharp bursts.
HAAA. Foo.
Both of them breathed heavily, and then, after a while, Eleonora spoke. That was amazing, my little moon. Her voice was full of satisfaction as she lifted her head slightly to take a look at him. Estrella didn't respond, his hands gripping her hips tightly as he pulled out his cock slick with their juices.
Ha.
He let out a deep breath as he reached into his pants pockets. His fingers searched for something, but then, he paused and froze for a moment.
Oh yeah.
Since I came here, I stopped smoking. I should go and buy a pack of cigarettes later. He frowned slightly before sighing, wondering how much time had passed. It felt like it had only been a short while, yet something about the atmosphere around him made him feel like it had been longer. He picked up his phone from the desk, tapping the screen to check the time.
An hour passed?
He was completely surprised as he muttered softly, staring at the time. It didn't seem possible. How had an entire hour slipped away so quickly? He didn't expect that he spent an hour having sex with Eleonora. My perception of time is getting worse. He sighed inwardly.
Huh? An hour passed.
Eleonora's surprised voice cut through his thoughts, drawing his attention. He turned to look at her. She was sitting on the desk, her expression matching his own. Eyes wide, mouth slightly open, she seemed just as taken aback by the passing time. I thought we spent like 20 minutes here, she said, snapping her fingers.
Whoop.
Everything in the room suddenly shifted, like someone had pressed play on a paused scene. Their clothes, which had been scattered around earlier, were now back in place. And so were the objects that were scattered around. Same here.
Estrella nodded.
Nonetheless, he stretched his arms before walking towards the door of the office. Fufu, where do you think you're going? Eleonora's teasing voice stopped him in his tracks. His body stiffened when he felt two arms wrap around his waist from behind. Before he could react, he felt her enormous chest press against his back, sending an unexpected shiver through him. What is it? The snowy love event should have ended by now, no? He glanced over his shoulder, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He couldn't help but want to tease her. Besides, didn't I prove that I was efficient in everything, just like you wondered? At his words, Eleonora's smile twitched slightly, but instead of pulling away, she increased her grip on him, her arms tightening around his waist.
Oh my.
Don't you know that a gentleman would spend the rest of the night with the ladies? Her voice dropped to a soft, almost sultry whisper against his ear. At her words, Estrella only smiled. I never said I was a gentleman, he murmured, shaking his head with a smirk playing on his lips. If anything. Whip. Without warning, he grabbed her wrist, spinning her around effortlessly. The sudden movement caught her off guard, and she stumbled slightly. Before she could recover, he bent her body, lifting her leg up to his waist in one smooth motion. Her eyes widened in shock, and before she could say anything, his lips pressed against hers, silencing whatever words she might have spoken. Her body froze for a split second, her eyes wide, before the warmth of his lips made her melt. He kissed her deeply, passionately, his tongue pushing past her lips, diving into her mouth. There was a soft slurp as their lips parted briefly, just enough for him to slide his tongue against hers, teasing, exploring.
Slurp, slurp.
The sounds of their kiss echoed in the quiet room, soft and messy.
MMPH.
Eleonora's breath hitched, her hands instinctively gripping his shoulders as she let out a muffled sound when he squeezed her leg a little, pulling her tighter against him. Smack, smooch. Their lips moved in sync, messy and wet, the sound of their kissing filling the space around them. His hands held her tightly as their tongues danced, slipping and sliding together. Every kiss seemed to last longer, more intense, more desperate. Smack, smooch, slurp.
Aha!
Eleonora moaned softly, her voice muffled by his lips as her leg rested firmly against his waist. He squeezed her leg gently, causing her to gasp and squirm slightly, but she didn't pull away. Their lips finally parted, a thin strand of saliva connecting their mouths before breaking as they both gasped for air. Fwa! She breathed, her chest rising and falling with every quick, uneven breath. Estrella looked at her for a moment, a sly grin on his face as he wiped his lips. The word scumbag would probably fit me better, he chuckled. Eleonora's face was flushed, her lips swollen, still tingling from the kiss. Her mind was spinning, trying to process what had just happened, but her heart was racing with excitement. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She was too shocked, still caught up in the whirlwind of emotions and sensations.
Thud.
Estrella let go of her, and without another word, he stepped back and walked toward the door, leaving her standing there in a daze. Eleonora blinked, still a little wobbly from the intensity of the kiss. She stood there for a moment, staring at the door as if hoping he might come back. But no, he was already halfway out.
Wait.
Her voice breathless, her cheeks burning red. She called out, but Estrella didn't turn around. He paused for a moment, as if considering whether or not to say something, but then just chuckled to himself. Classic, he muttered under his breath, shaking his head as he left the office, the door clicking shut behind him. Eleonora stood there, still blushing. She looked down at her lips, still tingling from the kiss, and ran her fingers over them, trying to calm herself. She couldn't help but smile, even if she was a little embarrassed. You're impossible, she mumbled, though a small laugh escaped her lips. She shook her head, her cheeks still flushed as she sat back down on the desk. However, as Estrella walked down the corridor, he suddenly stopped. Wait a second. Did I use my time affinity while I was having sex? A few days have passed since the snow festival. And honestly, I felt like I hadn't even had a moment to breathe. Most of the time, I'd been focused on figuring out how my time affinity worked, but even so, I didn't neglect my ice affinity. I had to keep improving, especially since I was still learning about the limits and possibilities of my abilities, especially about this damned physique of mine. Ice generation, first level spell. Holding a chunk of ice in my right hand, I subtly looked at it for a moment. Lumi. Insert an ounce of void on it. Hearing my words, she flashed a mischievous smile and nodded enthusiastically. Yesh master, she giggled, fluttering her hands before blowing air into the ice I held. The moment the void element touched the ice, I felt the temperature drop even more, but it was different from what I expected. The ice darkened, almost like it was absorbing the void energy, becoming more unstable by the second. It didn't take long before the entire chunk of ice cracked, splitting into 1,000 tiny shards that scattered across the ground like confetti.
It was as I had thought.
The void element and ice just didn't mix with each other. Or maybe I was doing something wrong. I had been thinking a lot about what Eleonora had said in one of our classes, the one where she talked about elemental chemistry, and how different affinities could react together. To put it simply, it was all about making an affinity stronger by mixing it with another. For example, combining wood and fire affinities could enhance the firepower of the fire, creating explosions more powerful than what fire could do on its own. The energy would feed off of the wood, causing more intense bursts of flame. Another example that came to mind was earth and metal. Earth could be used to make metal stronger and tougher, increasing the durability and sharpness of weapons. Similarly, combining water with lightning would increase the effectiveness of electrical shocks, making them faster and more lethal. It was quite fascinating, to be honest. And even my predecessor hadn't thought about that because how busy he was in just making his ice affinities stronger than ever. But of course, certain affinities couldn't mix because their elemental natures didn't align, like how fire and water would just cancel each other out or light and dark would clash instead of complementing each other. When she had explained that in class, I became interested and decided to try something myself. My ice affinity felt like it could potentially work with other elements, and I thought that combining it with something like void could produce some cool results. Void, after all, was the element of nothingness. It wasn't tangible or solid. Void could eat away at physical forms, cause things to disappear, or distort space itself. Maybe if I could mix ice and void, I'd be able to create something entirely new, like an ice spell that could distort space or freeze things into nothingness. But of course, that didn't work. The void seemed to have consumed the ice, but instead of creating anything new or enhanced, it had just destroyed it. The ice had no way of holding onto the void. It was like trying to store water in a bucket with holes. There was nothing to keep the elements connected, and the void ate away at the ice, causing it to break apart. If I can't use ice with void, how about with time? I didn't really understand how to use it yet, but I had done something with it before while I was having sex with Eleonora. Which is weird. But how did it happen? I didn't necessarily have a clue, but one thing was certain. If I could somehow combine time with ice, that could definitely work. The idea of manipulating time around the ice, making it freeze faster, maybe even more powerfully by speeding up the freezing process, sounded like it had potential. Ice, as it was already pretty strong. But if I could manipulate how quickly it froze, or if I could control how it interacted with its surroundings, well, that could make it even better. Or maybe, even freeze time. But the problem was, I didn't really know how to use my time affinity. It wasn't like ice, where I could just summon it and control it with my will. Time felt like it was something that just moved. You couldn't just grab hold of it, right? But I couldn't quite figure out how to apply it. Nonetheless, I had to keep testing. After all, I wasn't going to give up just because one experiment didn't go as planned. I looked at the remaining pieces of ice on the ground. Let's try this again, I muttered to myself, cracking my knuckles. I closed my eyes slowly, trying to block everything else out. The atmosphere felt still, silent. I took a deep breath in, inhale, and let it out, exhale. Focus. I couldn't think about anything else. Not the cold air, not the way the ice made my fingers numb. I needed to feel time. The moment I focused, I noticed it, the soft ticking of the clock on the wall of my imagination, the beat of my own heart. Tick, tick. Each second felt so loud in the silence. It felt like the sound of time moving. Slowly. Relentlessly. I reached out not physically, but with my mind. Time was like a current, like a stream that kept moving, no matter what. I focused on it, pulling it towards me. Whoosh. I could feel the seconds slipping past, the air shifting just slightly, the faintest tug like something was pulling me along. I thought back to the time with Eleonora. I may have felt time speed up back then. It was hard to say. But I knew it was possible. Now I had to make it work with the ice. I could feel the ice in front of me, sharp and cold. I imagined it in my mind, a block of ice, clear and frozen solid. But if I could change how time worked around it. Tick, tick. My heart thudded in my chest as I tried to concentrate. I imagined time wrapping around the ice, bending it. I could feel the seconds stretch out, like they were moving just a bit slower. The ice should freeze faster, right? Should I speed up the time around it? I visualized it in my head. The ice, cracking under the pressure of time, freezing harder, faster. I could almost see it, snap. The moment the ice would become something stronger, sharper. But nothing. Silence. I opened my eyes, a bit frustrated. The ice didn't change or anything. Phew. I took a deep breath. Maybe I should try something more principalistic. Freeze time. I wasn't sure if I could, but I had to try. I had to push the limits of what I could do. If I could have something like this, it would be very helpful for me. I closed my eyes again, focusing harder this time. Phew. I took a deep breath, feeling the cool air fill my lungs, calming my thoughts. I needed to feel time. Not just around me, but within me. Tick, tick. Your next read awaits at my virtual library empire. Time moved on, like a clock that couldn't stop. I could hear it in my mind, like the faint ticking of a watch. The pulse of time, slow, steady, always moving. I focused on that feeling, on the way time moved around everything. It wasn't just about speeding it up. This time, I needed to stop it. Freeze it in place. Phew. I took another deep breath. My hand hovered above the ice again. I felt the time, the seconds flowing around me like water, so constant, so relentless. But this time, I pulled on it. Gently at first, trying to feel the pressure. Tick. I could feel it slowing down, just a little, like the hands of a clock dragging. The seconds stretched. Tick, tick. They slowed. The air around me felt still, almost too still. The ice in front of me shimmered slightly, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. I had to push harder. Tick. I reached out with my mind, trying to wrap my hands around time, trying to hold it in place. Stop. Freeze. I whispered those words inside my head. The air around me grew colder. A faint breeze stirred, like the passing of time itself, but everything else was still. I felt the ice in front of me, the seconds slowly growing heavier. And then. Time freeze, 9th level spell. Nothing. The room was frozen. I opened my eyes, and the sight shocked me. Lumi was standing still, right there, in the middle of the room. Her eyes were wide, frozen in place. The tiny breath that had been rising and falling in her chest was gone.
She was completely still, completely frozen.
It worked. I took a step forward, and then brought out my phone. And to my surprise, I really couldn't turn it on. Then, I walked towards Lumi and reached out a hand, brushing a lock of her hair away from her face.
She didn't move. Not even a twitch.
It was strange, seeing the world like this. However, it indeed worked.
Ha! Fuck!
Suddenly, I felt a strange feeling in my body, as if I was being emptied.
It was my mana. It was draining fast. Thump. My heart skipped a beat.
And immediately, I took a deep breath. I had already stopped time, now it's the same principle, I just need to continue time.
H-A-A-A.
Tick. I could hear the ticking sound in my mind. I had to release it. I let the hold on time go, slowly, carefully. The pressure lifted, and I felt the stillness around me shatter like glass.
Whoosh.
The world snapped back into motion.
Ugh. Thud.
My body fell into the hard ground. My vision slowly started getting blurrier.
Master. Master.
I could hear Lumi's voice calling out to me.
But I truly couldn't move my body.
Even though I tried to cancel the spell as fast as possible. It seems that it wasn't fast enough. And because of that I had spent almost every ounce of my mana.
Fuck.
I'll need to focus on increasing my mana quantity for now, since messing with time seems more about the quantity I have instead of the quality.
Master.
Well, I hope I don't wake up at the cathedral. Anything but that.
Oh.
I just jinxed myself, didn't I?
Fuck. Mana exhaustion, huh?
What the hell was he doing?
A voice echoed through my foggy mind.
Everything felt blurry.
My head was a mess.
I couldn't feel my body at all. Just a heavy weight, like I was floating in some kind of haze.
Damn it.
I really hated this feeling. Mana exhaustion always hit harder than I expected. It wasn't just my body that felt drained, my mind was fuzzy too.
Ugh.
I swore to myself, never again. I wasn't touching that spell unless I had no other choice. This is surprising. I never thought he'd actually get mana exhaustion, one voice said, sounding surprised. From what I've seen, he's really good at controlling his mana.
Right?
I thought the same thing. Funny enough, it was a small bird that caught my attention and led me to the training field. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have been able to bring him here.
Wait, really?
You think it was his pet or something?
Ha ha ha, no way, right?
He's always so cold and distant. A cute little animal like that?
Wasn't it a Shima Inaga?
One of those fluffy little birds.
A bird? Wait a second.
Did Lumi turn into that bird? I have to do something nice for her later. Maybe take her out for a big meal.
She's a glutton after all. And well.
I guess I could invite Elaine and Chiron too.
Ack.
A small groan escaped my lips.
Oh?
Is he waking up?
Already?
It hasn't been that long since he passed out, has it? Well, he is the strongest student for a reason. I slowly opened my eyes, blinking a few times to clear my vision. Two figures came into focus. Maya and Iris. I guess Iris was the one who healed me.
She was a priest, after all. Fuck.
I mumbled, trying to lift my upper body, but the pain hit me like a freight train. Wait, stay still. Iris's hand reached out to me and gently pressed me against the bed, my back was against. Wait, stay still. Iris said quickly, her hand gently pressing me back down. You just experienced severe mana exhaustion. Don't move too much.
Humph humph.
Maya from her side nodded. I groaned but didn't argue.
Thanks.
You're very much welcome. Maya replied cheerfully. It's okay, Iris added with a gentle smile. I'm just glad you're okay. They seemed a little too friendly, almost as if they were trying too hard to make sure I was okay. I blinked up at them. How long was I out? Maya thought for a moment before answering. Maybe about 4 hours or so.
4 hours.
I had been out for that long? That was unexpected. By the way, Estria. Iris suddenly called out my name, pulling me out of my thoughts.
Yeah.
We're about to start the final exams of the semester. Have you already gathered enough people for the first exam group?
Huh. Final exams? When did that happen?
Wait, doesn't that mean that the semester is about to end?
That means
I can finally go back to Silverleaf.
Great.
Wait, group. My brain finally caught up to what she was saying.
Yeah, Iris nodded.
The first exam is a group survival challenge. All of us will be transported to a deserted island, and we'll have to survive there. My eyes widened as the words sank in. A deserted island? I think it was suggested by Instructor Ziva or something, she added, almost casually. That bitch. That aside, Iris continued. Each student has to be in a group of 5 or more. So, did you already gather enough members for your group? She asked again, her voice a bit more serious now. Fuck. I hadn't even known about this, and I was definitely not prepared for it. Besides, I'm literally a loner in this academy. Can we bring our servants or something? I asked, already knowing the answer, but hoping there might be some loophole. Nope, Iris shook her head. Some servants specialize in survival, so they're not allowed. Same goes for pets. Of course. I couldn't bring Chiron or Elaine with me, which meant, I'm fucked. Fuck. Let's see. Me, Violet, and fuck. Christina? Maybe. She's also an exchange student, so probably. There are 3 now, 2 more. Damn it. Shit. I cursed under my breath. This was going to be a mess. Ha ha ha. Maya giggled at the frustration written all over my face. I'll take that as a no, Iris said, smiling while covering her mouth. So, instead. She paused for a moment, then her smile turned a bit mischievous. How about joining our group? Ha. You heard me, Iris said, still smiling. You can join us. Maya and I already have enough people, but the more the merrier, right? So, how about it? Joining their group, huh? I guess I don't have a choice anyways. Sure. Both Iris and Maya laughed, clearly relieved that I agreed. Don't worry, Maya said, grinning. We'll make sure you don't do all the work. Thanks. I guess. This was going to be interesting, that's for sure. Great. Iris beamed. You won't regret it, Estria. Yeah, well, I hoped I wouldn't. Also, when exactly is the first exam happening, anyway? I asked curiously. MHM. Iris raised an eyebrow, clearly a bit surprised by my question. I think, the day after tomorrow, she said after a pause. Already? I practically shouted, completely caught off guard. I couldn't believe it. How had I missed that? Ha! Iris chuckled softly. You must have been so focused on your training that you lost track of time. Maya joined in, laughing too, but she looked at me a bit wryly. I guess. It seems that I don't have a lot of time. So, tomorrow, I might as well take time to make a small family trip. I sighed inwardly. Papa, where are we going? Chiron asked timidly, her little hand tugging at my sleeve as we walked through the busy streets of the capital. Like I said before, we're just going out to have a little fun today. Tomorrow, I'll be gone for a few days, I said with a smile, gently patting her head. At least until that damn exam is over. Charon's eyes sparkled. Hi, are we going to eat something? Lumi asked excitedly, practically hopping in place as she grabbed my left arm, pulling me along with her. Of course we are. Do you need me to prepare anything, Master? Elaine asked quietly, walking behind us. She was wearing her usual maid outfit, and honestly, I had told her a few times that she didn't need to wear it all the time. But no matter how many times I suggested it, she insisted on keeping it on. She seemed so comfortable in it, and I didn't have the heart to argue. The capital was alive with energy as we strolled down the cobbled streets, the distant sound of chatter, the clink of coins, and the soft hum of busy market stalls all around us. It was a perfect day for a little break from everything. No battles, no training, no stress. Just us, spending some time together. Chiron tugged at my sleeve again, her small steps trying to match mine as she bounced along. Papa, can we go to the park? I wanna play. Of course, Chiron. We'll head there in a bit. Don't worry. I chuckled softly and nodded. Lumi, walking next to me on the other side, was practically glowing with excitement. Her voice bubbled out, cheerful as always. Yay! We're going to the park, right? Can we have a picnic too? Please. She gave me a little nudge with her shoulder, practically bursting with energy. I couldn't help but laugh, shaking my head. Yeah, we'll have a picnic. You don't need to beg. Just give me a moment. Do you need any help, Master? Elaine's voice was calm and soft from behind us. I smiled at her. Nah, I've got it. Just enjoy yourself today. No need to act like a servant today, okay? She nodded, a small smile tugging at her lips, but I could tell she was still trying to be useful. Lumi, on the other hand, grabbed my arm again and bounced excitedly. Are we gonna have a picnic with sandwiches? I love sandwiches. Sandwiches. Are they gonna be big ones? With lots of stuff inside? Chiron from my other side asked excitedly. I chuckled at the two of them. Yeah, they'll be big. With as many toppings as you want. But first, we're heading to a nice spot. You'll see. They truly were children at heart. It didn't take us long to reach the park just outside the city, the green space sprawling out ahead of us. Trees swayed gently in the breeze, the soft sound of leaves rustling like whispers in the air. The sun was warm, but not too hot, casting everything in a soft golden glow. It was the kind of day where everything felt right. Lumi and Chiron didn't waste a second. They ran off towards a patch of grass, giggling and chasing each other in circles. The problem was, where would I get the stuff to make a picnic? There should be a few stalls nearby, maybe I should check it out. Whoosh. I saw a blanket being spread out. Ah. I looked at Elaine speechlessly. Experience new tales on my virtual library empire. At my reaction, she only smiled. A servant should be prepared for every occasion. I shook my head at her words, and then, I noticed a basket beside her. Ha! She really was prepared for everything. Then, we started unpacking the basket. It had a few sandwiches, some fruit, and even a little dessert, cakes, cookies and little pastries. The scent of fresh bread and fruit filled the air, making everything feel even more perfect. Whoop! Lumi suddenly collapsed onto the blanket next to me, out of breath but smiling from ear to ear. I'm starving. Let's eat. Chiron followed shortly after, her tiny feet leaving prints in the soft grass as she plopped down beside Lumi. Me too. Can I have the biggest sandwich? Why are you obsessed with the biggest sandwich? I laughed inwardly. Of course, I said, handing her a big sandwich stuffed with all sorts of fillings. But you better eat it slowly, or you'll get a stomach ache. Okay, Papa, she said seriously, before taking a huge bite. Crunch. So good. I smiled at her, then turned to Lumi, who was already eyeing the cakes. I guess we'll save the sweet stuff for later, huh? Okay. I promise I won't eat them all. Maybe, she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Elaine sat next to me, folding her hands neatly in her lap. It's quite the lovely day, she murmured softly. I'm glad we could all get out for a while. I nodded at her words. My body was still aching in pain. God damn it, I hate mana exhaustion. That aside, it is truly nice to get out and have a small break. Things at the main academy are truly chaotic. The Archdemon, and then we had the Snow Festival. And now, the final exams. It just feels that time is passing way too fast. Plop. Lumi suddenly bounced up, grabbing Charon's hand. Let's go play by the pond. We can skip rocks, she exclaimed, practically dragging the little girl along with her. Chiron giggled. Okay. Let's see who can skip the most rocks. I watched them go, feeling my heart warming up at the sight of them running off together, laughing in that carefree way only kids could. Letting out a sigh, I leaned back onto the blanket, my head resting against Elaine's lap. She didn't seem surprised, just shifted slightly to make me more comfortable. Are you comfortable? She asked me after a while, running her fingers through my hair in a gentle and tender motion. Yeah. I mumbled, not even bothering to open my eyes. Very. Her hand paused in my hair, and I could feel her looking down at me. I opened my eyes, and saw her sparkling brown eyes. She was already quite beautiful when disguised, but compared to her original beauty, she looked quite mediocre. And then, before I even realized it, Elaine leaned down, her lips brushing against mine in a soft, tender kiss. I froze for a second, the surprise of it catching me off guard. But then, instinctively, I responded, my hand reaching up to rest against her cheek. Hi. A faint giggle broke through the moment, and we both froze, pulling back just slightly. Lumi and Chiron were standing by the pond, both of them watching us with wide, teasing grins on their faces. Lumi crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Well. Looks like we have a lovebirds moment, she teased, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. Chiron giggled, pointing at us. Papa and Elaine are kissing. You, she said, though it was clear she was more amused than disgusted. I groaned and sat up. All right. Go play. You're interrupting us, I said, trying to sound annoyed, but I couldn't help the smile that tugged at my lips. Lumi gave a dramatic sigh.
Fine, fine.
We'll leave you two lovebirds alone, for now. She grabbed Charon's hand and pulled her back towards the water.
Come on, Chiron.
Let's see who can throw the most rocks. As the two of them ran off laughing, Elaine and I exchanged a quiet glance, both of us blushing just a little.
Then, we both laughed.
I looked at the bright blue sky for a moment. Today, it really is perfect. The day had finally arrived. The first exam of the end of semester, the group survival exam. I walked into the exam area with Maya, Iris, Lucas, Ella, and Rose.
Yup.
The heroes party, plus me, the extra.
Hooray.
Around us, other students were talking quietly, forming last-moment groups, making last-minute plans, while some were just trying to get their heads in the game. We stood in front of a large open field, the setting sun casting long shadows across the ground. A few instructors were already gathered, including the one leading this exam, Instructor Ziva.
The bitchy instructor, ahem.
Ziva stood at the front, her posture straight, with her arms crossed and her gaze sweeping across all of us. All right, listen up. Instructor Ziva's voice cut through the murmurs of the students. This isn't just some simple test. It's a week-long survival challenge. You'll be dropped off on a remote island, far from civilization. The goal is simple: survive for a week.
Work together.
Use your wits, your skills, and your resourcefulness. I glanced at my group. Maya was already adjusting her equipment, her expression serious even though she was quite the airhead. Iris was quietly taking notes, and Lucas had that usual confident grin on his face, like he didn't think there was anything he couldn't handle. Ella and Rose stood off to the side. Rose was cautiously checking all her equipment while Ella stood with a calm face, sharpening her sword.
I wasn't worried about them. Then, Ziva continued.
There will be no outside help.
You're on your own.
The only thing you're allowed to bring are the supplies I'll provide you, and your personal gear. No magic-based assistance or aura use, no pets or servants, nothing that could give you an unfair advantage. I can't use magic?
Fuck.
I was already crying inside. Fair advantage? Maya muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. It's survival, not a game of fairness.
PFF.
I almost laughed at her words, but kept my focus on Ziva. This is one of the exams after all. You'll be scored on various things, Ziva continued. Your ability to find and purify water, create shelter, hunt or forage for food, and more. You'll need to keep track of your resources. If you run out, there's no getting more. There will also be challenges along the way, some that will test your mental fortitude, and others that will test your ability to work as a group. You're not here to be a hero, you're here to work together. Hearing her words, I unconsciously looked at Lucas, who also happened to meet my gaze.
No hero, huh?
I mouthed the words to him, which made his smile twitch slightly.
And if you fail?
Well, let's just say, the consequences will be unpleasant. She didn't need to elaborate. We all understood what that meant. There were no second chances in this test. This was essentially an exam that could result in a satisfactory grade or have your score recorded as 0. If you gave up, you'd be given 0 marks directly. I let out a small sigh. Survival on an island, huh? I wasn't completely clueless. I had some knowledge about island survival. Things like building a basic shelter using natural resources and hunting animals for food wouldn't be a problem. But the real challenge for me? Keeping the food from spoiling and purifying drinking water. I have no idea how to do that. Originally, I thought I could just melt my ice magic to get fresh water, but after hearing that we wouldn't be able to use magic, well, that completely messed up my plans. Still, I wasn't too worried. Among the 6 of us, someone had to know how to purify water or at least have some knowledge about food preservation. That was the benefit of working as a team. I adjusted my bag and took a deep breath. Now, calling from the first to the last registered group, please enter the teleportation gate. Your mana will be temporarily sealed and will only activate in emergency situations detected by the island surveillance. An announcement rang across the field, and soon after, Ziva's voice followed. Good luck to every group.
One by one, the groups were called.
Students stepped forward, disappearing into the teleportation gate as their names were listed off. If I remembered correctly, we were the 7th group. The 7th group stepped forward. Ziva's sharp voice rang out. Lucas was the first to move, stepping forward, and the rest of us followed right behind him. The teleportation gate shimmered with a bright blue glow as we stepped through it.
Whoop!
The sensation was disorienting but brief. A rush of energy passed over me, and then, the world around us changed. The moment I opened my eyes, I was met with a scene straight out of a survival movie. The sky stretched wide and open above us, a bright blue expanse with the sun hanging high, its rays beaming down mercilessly. A salty breeze brushed against my face, carrying the scent of the ocean. Beneath our feet, golden sand stretched out toward the waves that crashed gently against the shore. The water was a stunning turquoise, clear enough to see the coral and small fish swimming below. Behind us was a thick, dense jungle filled with towering palm trees, vines hanging lazily from branches, and the distant sounds of birds and rustling leaves. Some of the trees were heavy with coconuts, a lucky break for us.
All right, everyone.
Lucas clapped his hands together, grinning. Let's get to work. And just like that, our survival week had officially begun. Lucas didn't waste any time. He quickly turned to face the rest of us, his expression growing a little more serious. All right, first things first, we need to divide the work. Everyone needs to have a role, or we won't last long out here. He crossed his arms, glancing around. The three main things we need to take care of are water, shelter, and food. There are 6 of us, so we can split into 3 teams, 2 people for each task. I nodded at his words. So, is there anyone who's good at any of these? Almost immediately, both Maya and Iris raised their hands. We both know how to purify water. Maya said with a bright smile. Iris nodded beside her. We've studied water filtration methods before, so we should be able to handle it.
Perfect.
That was one major problem solved. I let out a small sigh of relief. All right, then you two will be in charge of water gathering and purification, Lucas confirmed. That just leaves shelter construction and food hunting. Anyone want to volunteer? No one spoke up right away. The rest of the group exchanged glances, but no one seemed particularly eager to claim a role. Seeing the silence drag on, I decided to step forward. I don't mind working on the shelter. I have some basic knowledge about building structures with natural materials.
Lucas nodded. Good, that's one down.
Who wants to team up with Estria? A moment later, Rose raised her hand. I'll go with him. She didn't seem particularly shy, and had the normal expressionless face that she usually had back in the novel.
Perfect, Lucas said.
That leaves me and Ella to handle food hunting. Ella gave a small shrug. Sounds good to me. With that, we had our roles assigned. All right, Lucas clapped his hands again. Let's get moving. We need to set up camp before the sun goes down. Rose and I left the rest of the group behind and walked deeper into the forest. The sun was still high in the sky, but I could tell we didn't have much time before evening. If we didn't finish the shelter before dark, we'd have to sleep in the open, and that wasn't something I wanted to experience. The trees here were thick and tall, perfect for gathering wood. Their branches swayed gently in the wind, making a soft rustling sound. I glanced at Rose. She had the same unreadable expression she always had, her eyes scanning the trees carefully. We should find a good spot to chop these down, I said, gripping my sword. Rose gave a small nod. I'll gather leaves while you get the wood.
All right.
Without wasting time, I drew my sword. I might not have been able to use magic or aura, but that didn't mean I couldn't handle things the old-fashioned way. With a single, strong swing, I slashed through the base of a tree. Crack! The tree groaned before slowly tipping over, crashing onto the forest floor.
The sound echoed around us.
Rose, who had already moved to another tree, barely reacted. She was carefully climbing one of the smaller trees, reaching for the broad, thick leaves near the top. That was fast, she commented as she pulled off a bunch of leaves. I shrugged. I mean, we're awakeners, so this job is quite easy.
Still,
cutting down a tree in one swing isn't something just anyone can do. After all, these trees have some protection enchantment on them.
Really?
I raised an eyebrow. If there was an enchantment, I should have been able to notice quite easily. After all, my mana sensitivity is pretty high. Well, it's a barrier that uses runes instead of mana, so it really is impressive, she explained, pulling more leaves from the tree.
I see.
Rose really is quite knowledgeable. Enjoy exclusive chapters from my virtual library empire. Even my predecessor didn't study runes. But thinking of them, maybe I should learn about them and maybe carve them onto a future sword, or even in my body. I should keep that in mind. I moved to the next tree and swung my sword again. Crack! The tree fell to the side. Meanwhile, Rose moved swiftly from one tree to another, her hands quick and efficient as she gathered as many leaves as she could carry. How many leaves do we need? She asked. Enough to cover the roof and make it waterproof, I replied. And maybe some extra for bedding. Rose nodded and continued working. I kept chopping trees down, making sure to leave some space between them so we didn't destroy the whole area. After I had a decent amount of logs, I started breaking them into smaller pieces, using my sword to carve them into more manageable sizes. As I worked, I glanced over at Rose. She was now using some vines to tie the leaves together into bundles, probably to make it easier to carry them back.
"You've done this before?" I asked.
"Once or twice," she replied simply. "I read a few survival books."
"Huh.
"That's useful." "You too," she said, looking at the wood I had already gathered and how carefully I had cut it into pieces. "You seem to know what you're doing." I smirked slightly. When I was a kid, I loved to watch survival movies, so I kinda got the hang of it. Rose didn't respond, just kept tying the leaves together. The wind picked up slightly, rustling the trees around us.
Thud.
It was quiet, aside from the sound of my sword striking wood and the occasional sound as another tree fell. After a while, Rose walked over, holding several bundles of leaves in her arms. "I think this is enough for now," she said.
"All right," I nodded.
"Take them back to the others. I'll keep chopping a bit more." She hesitated for a second, then gave a small nod before turning to leave. As she disappeared through the trees, I let out a small breath and tightened my grip on my sword. There was still more work to do. I raised my blade again and swung. Crack! Another tree fell into the ground. The only reason I was gathering more wood was to make a fireplace. We also need to create a type of fence to make sure that the wind doesn't blow away our shelters. After all, this isn't a normal world. There's a big chance of storms happening. And I had to be extra careful about it.